Chapter 4700. The Azure Emperor taught her once and then let her learn from books. He then went to see how his other two disciples were doing. There was no sense of time in the mountains, especially when it came to cultivation. It seemed to pass very quickly. The three children immersed themselves in cultivation and gradually got used to the life and days here. 1 year later, in the morning, boom! In the heaven and earth controlled by Xianyuan Mos, a bolt of lightning boomed. It reached the 9 heavens and spread in the sky, causing the surroundings to tremble. What's going on? What happened? In another heaven realm, a few sovereigns were having a meeting. Suddenly, they heard the rumbling of thunder. They couldn't help but stand up and walk out. "Let me take a look," one of the sovereigns said. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate. After a while, he opened his eyes. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "It's the ghost doctor who made the commotion. It should be some heaven-defying pill. This is pill lightning." As soon as his voice fell, another bolt of heavenly thunder rang out, and it was still transmitted into their ears. "It's the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu." They were stunned. They looked at each other and listened to the voice echoing in the sky. One of them said, "Hasn't the ghost doctor been quiet for a few days? I heard she was in seclusion. Why is she refining pills?" The Azure Dragon sovereign Xianyuan Mos failed to break through that day. His soul seemed to have been struck by lightning and disappeared. Now, there's only a faint trace of spiritual energy left in the heaven and earth that he controls. A year has passed, and there's still no change. I'm afraid he's really doomed. Compared to whether he's really doomed, I'm more interested to know what kind of pill the ghost doctor refined this time. How did it attract such lightning? One of the sovereigns said. His eyes flashed. He said, "She's already a supreme. If she breaks through and becomes an immortal, she'll really live as long as the heaven and earth. After she ascends, she'll become a powerful cultivator in the immortal world. She'll be the great emperor in charge of the heavens and earth. She'll be the supreme of the world." When he spoke up to this point, the monarch's eyes flickered slightly, and a wisp of dim light flashed through them. He said, "Do all of you remember what we said about the Star of the Phoenix?" They were stunned. They looked at each other. One of them said, "We remember, but we don't know what the heaven's limit means. Also, if she ascends and becomes an immortal, she'll live as long as the heaven and earth. But aren't there powerful cultivators up there too? If she really goes up there, does she really belong? In a place where those almighty beings of the upper immortal realm exist, how could he surpass them and become the supreme being of the world?" "Haha, you don't know." Another person laughed. In fact, but they only knew a little about the immortal world. Most of the people in the immortal world were from clans that had been around for thousands of years. There weren't many who could really become powerful cultivators. Sovereigns like them could control a part of the world and become sovereigns. They were like emperors in the mortal world. Chapter 4701. However, if they were to ascend to the immortal realm and did not have a powerful family behind them, they would have no choice but to become a consecrated member of a large sect or rely on an almighty to become their subordinate. If they did not have a powerful backing, they might even be killed in the immortal realm if they were not careful. This was also the reason why they did not dare to attempt ascension, even though they yearned to live as long as the heavens and earth. Those people in the immortal realm were born there and had a higher starting point than them. They did not have to be powerful, but as long as their family was powerful enough, they could do whatever they wanted. As for sovereigns like them, no matter how powerful they were, if they did not have the power to contend against a 1,000-year-old family, they could only endure when they encountered problems. Sigh, I do hope that the ghost doctor can really become the most powerful person in the world. That would be a good thing for us. One of the sovereigns said as he looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and sighed. Since there were people above who did not want Fengjiu to ascend, then her ascension would be extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, she might end up like Xianyuan Mos. Just as they were talking, the third bolt of lightning sounded. Then, everything returned to normal. Based on a ghost doctor's vengeful personality, those people above had better pray that she does not ascend. Otherwise, if she ascends, she will definitely cause chaos in the immortal realm. It's hard to say if those almighty people will be able to keep their positions. Another sovereign said with anticipation in his eyes. While the few of them were discussing, Fengjiu walked out of the pill refining room. Perhaps it was because she had stayed in the pill refining room for a long time. Her clothes were covered in medicinal dregs, and she looked a little unkempt. However, her eyes were very clear, and the light in her eyes was even more breathtaking. Congratulations, Master, on the completion of the magical pill. Lung Hua, Du Fan, and the rest were guarding outside the courtyard. When they saw her coming out, they hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate her. Their faces were filled with joy. Their master had been preparing to refine the elixir ever since he came out of seclusion 3 months ago. It took him 2 months to prepare the herbs, and just refining this cauldron of elixir alone took him an entire month. Is there any news on the matter I asked you to investigate? Fengjiu asked as he looked at Du Fan and the others. Replying to Master, there are already some clues. We're just waiting for Master to come out and report. Just a few days ago, Luo Yu and Gu Mo went to confirm it. If there is any news, they will report back. Du Fan said. Hearing this, Fengjiu's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, go to the study later and explain everything to me in detail. Yes, Du Fan replied. Master, I have already ordered the servants to prepare water for your bath. Please return to your room and take a bath. Lung Shuang said. Fengjiu responded before walking towards the main courtyard. After taking a bath, changing into a new set of clothes, and eating something, Fengjiu went to the study. Master. Seeing her, Du Fan stepped forward and bowed before following her into the study. How did you find out? Fengjiu asked as he sat down at the table. Chapter 4702. Du Fan explained the information he had gathered in the simplest and most direct manner. He then stood there quietly and looked at her, waiting for her decision. When Fengjiu heard his words, her heart skipped a beat. Her expression was a little dazed as she muttered, the Eastern Sea Spirit Region. Why didn't I think of that? As she spoke, she immediately regained her senses and stood up, saying, I want to go there personally. Hearing this, Du Fan paused for a moment, then said, Mistress, do you want to wait for Luo Yu and the others to send back news before leaving? After all, this is only our guess. We haven't confirmed whether the Yama Lord is there or not. Fengjiu shook her head, saying, no matter if it is or not, I have to go there personally. Go and make the arrangements. We will leave in a moment. Let Lung Hua and Lung Shuang follow us. Let the others take care of their own matters. Yes, Du Fan responded and didn't stop him. Instead, he turned around and walked out after saluting. Mo Zhe, is that you? If it is you, why didn't you come back? Are your injuries serious? Or was there another reason? Fengjiu muttered, her hand gently stroking a book on the table. That was the book that he used to sit here and read. Looking at this book now, it was as if he had always been by her side and had never left. The Eastern Sea Spirit region was a sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Throughout the year, the seawater was so deep that one could not see the bottom. There were also very few waves in the sea. However, in the past year, cultivators had discovered that not only would there be a wave every 3 months, even the beasts in the nearby forest would come to the shore to kneel and howl. This strange phenomenon caused some cultivators to speculate. Could some heavenly treasure have been born in the sea? Or perhaps some divine beast had been born? Or some strange treasure had been born? Quite a few people were tempted. In the past few months, they would avoid the day when all the beasts would kneel down and worship. Instead, they would come to the sea in an attempt to salvage and see if there were any treasures at the bottom of the sea. However, the spirit domain sea was bottomless, and the bottom of the sea was extremely dangerous. Even if there were people with good strength, they would not dare to go down to the sea to search for treasures, especially when there were people who risked their lives to go down to the sea in boats, but were swept into the depths of the sea and died without a corpse. More people only dared to watch and did not dare to take the risk. Luo Yu and Gu Mo traveled for half a month before arriving at the Spirit East Sea. When they arrived at the seaside and saw the groups of cultivators and mercenaries, they couldn't help but look at each other. I heard that this sea region is extremely dangerous. I didn't expect that there would be so many people who aren't afraid of death coming to join in the fun. Luo Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He used his elbow to nudge Gu Mo beside him and said, "Tell me, how should we go down? Didn't you bring the water-repelling pearl? Let's go down that way. There are fewer people there. It won't cause a commotion." As Gu Mo spoke, he indicated for him to look to the other side. Luo Yu looked in the direction he indicated. He saw that there were rocks half covering the seaside, and there were fewer people. If they wanted to go down to the sea, it was indeed the best way. Chapter 4703. Gu Mo nodded. He glanced around and said, "Let's go rest over there." Thus, the two of them walked towards a less crowded area. When they arrived at the deserted area, the two of them set up 2 tents on the beach to rest for the night. "Are you 2 rogue cultivators? Are you also here for the treasure at the bottom of the sea?" Just as the two of them were setting up their tents, a few rogue cultivators walked over and sat down on the beach next to them to ask questions. Luo Yu finished setting up his tent and saw a few rogue cultivators sitting next to him. Moreover, they seemed to be preparing to rest next to him. He couldn't help but frown. He said, "This place is huge. Stay away from us. Don't disturb our rest." They originally wanted to go down to the sea tomorrow when there was no one around, so they picked the most remote place on the beach so that they wouldn't be disturbed or noticed. Who would have thought that there would be a few rogue cultivators here? Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a bad temper. The rogue cultivators saw that the two of them didn't answer their questions and even thought that they were an eyesore. Their expressions instantly turned cold. They couldn't be blamed for not being observant. Both Luo Yu and Gu Mo were concealing their strength and cultivation. These rogue cultivators weren't very powerful either. Naturally, they couldn't see their true strength. On the contrary, they thought that they were rogue cultivators like them who came to search for treasures after hearing the news. They originally wanted to pull the two of them into their group, but didn't expect to be brushed off. Their expressions immediately turned cold. Compared to Luo Yu, Gu Mo was even more direct. He couldn't be bothered to speak to these people. Instead, he released his aura. In an instant, the rogue cultivators who were standing couldn't help but kneel down under the powerful aura. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and their faces instantly turned pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. "Are you going to scram or not?" Gu Mo asked coldly. The aura of a powerful cultivator pressed down on them like a mountain, causing them to be unable to straighten their backs. Due to the strength of the aura, the blood in their bodies also started to rush. They faintly felt the urge to rush up to their throats. "Spare our lives. We will scram immediately." The leading rogue cultivator begged for mercy under the pressure. As he spoke, he felt blood flowing out from his throat and on the tip of his tongue. Gu Mo didn't want to take their lives. He retracted his pressure and watched them scramble away before sitting down at the entrance of the tent. TSK, you're amazing. I'll learn from you next time." Luo Yu grinned and patted him on the shoulder. Hearing his mocking words, Gu Mo didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the sea and said, "Say, if the Yama Lord is really here, is he in the sea? If that's the case, he didn't say anything because he didn't know how to continue. No matter how powerful a living person was, how could he stay in the depths of the ocean and not come out? Unless there was some secret underwater palace or ancient ruins under the sea. Otherwise, how could a person block all 6 senses and stay in the sea and not come up?" Chapter 4704. The two of them were silent as they sat by the tent, watching the waves crash against the sea with the wind. The next morning, when the sky had just brightened, the two of them entered the water from the side. As the water avoidance pearl in Luo Yu's palm spun, the water automatically moved to the sides, revealing a path into the sea. The two of them walked in. After they entered, the sea behind them closed up and returned to its original state. They gradually went deeper and deeper. At first, they could still see the scenery at the bottom of the sea due to the early morning light. Gradually, when they reached the depths, they could only see darkness around them. It was a place where the sunlight could not reach. The depths of the sea were filled with a mysterious aura. As they explored the sea, A few cultivators with higher cultivations on the surface of the sea faintly sensed something. They rose into the air and used their spiritual sense to scan the bottom of the sea. They could not help but be surprised. Someone went into the sea, and judging from the movement of the water, the other party should have a water avoidance pearl. What? A water avoidance pearl? Who would have such a treasure? When the people by the sea heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim. They looked at the sea, but they couldn't see anything. They could only see some faint ripples on the surface of the sea. After a while, they disappeared without a trace. As time passed, Luo Yu and Gumo's search area at the bottom of the sea gradually widened and deepened. In the sea, the two of them released their pressure. Hence, the water monsters at the bottom of the sea did not dare to approach them. Furthermore, with the water avoidance pearl protecting them, they were relatively safe. The two of them searched from dawn to dusk. When they reached the bottom of the sea, there was not much difference between day and night to them. Hence, they did not plan on going back to rest. Instead, they continued to release their spiritual sense to search. Wait, Gumo suddenly called out and pulled Luo Yu back. What's wrong? Did you discover something? Luo Yu stopped and turned around to ask. Over there, my spiritual sense seems to have encountered something that I can't get close to. Let's go in that direction. Gumo held a luminous pearl in one hand to illuminate the area and pointed in a dark direction with the other hand. All right, let's go there and take a look. Luo Yu controlled the water avoidance pearl to change direction and walked in the direction Gumo had pointed. Under their feet, the seaweed, corals, and rocks of various colors entered their eyes. The water around them was clear and blue, especially under the illumination of the night pearls. It was even more beautiful. With great difficulty, they finally made a discovery. The two of them quickened their pace and headed in that direction. As they gradually got closer, they discovered that they were unable to get any closer. This was because about 10 meters in front of them, there was a powerful aura protecting the central point. Not only were they unable to approach, even their divine sense was unable to penetrate that powerful aura to explore what was in the depths. This aura seems to be the aura of an ancient divine beast. Moreover, it seems to be somewhat similar to the aura of the green dragon, Gumo said thoughtfully. He looked at the dark place in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. Could the Yama Lord be in there? He looked at Luo Yu and asked. Chapter 4705. Gumo looked at him and asked, Are we not going to investigate? How? That aura is so strong. Can you even get close? And if the Yama Lord is really in there, we can't force our way in, right? If we accidentally hurt the Yama Lord, how are we going to explain it to Master? Luo Yu glanced at the place and said, Let's go up first and leave a sign here. After notifying Master, we'll wait for Master to make a decision. After all, even if we can't get close, it doesn't mean that Master can't. Hearing this, Gumo nodded. Then let's go. Luo Yu held the water avoidance pearl in his hand and rose up with Luo Yu, directly flying up to the surface of the sea. When the two of them flew up, it took them about half an instant's time to fly up from the bottom of the sea and stand on the surface of the sea. I didn't expect to go so deep. If it wasn't for the water avoidance pearl, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to enter this deep sea, Luo Yu exclaimed. After the two of them came out of the water, they looked around and realized that they couldn't see the seaside anymore. Because the sky was dark, everything was pitch black, and their vision was obstructed. Gumo took out a flying ship from the space, and the two of them jumped onto it. The flying ship didn't fly away, but stopped above the place where they came out of the sea. I don't know if Master is out of seclusion. I'll contact Du Fan or Lung Shuang first and inform them of the news we found here. Luo Yu said as he took out his communication jade token. You stay here and guard. I'll go explore and see how far this place is from the seaside. As Gumo spoke, he raised his chi and left on his sword, heading in the direction where his divine sense had detected the presence of people. As the night deepened, some cultivators patrolling the sea found the flying ship. The cultivators who found the flying ship looked at each other and went forward. This is the East Sea Spirit region. We're patrolling the sea under the orders of the South Chang monarch. Who are you? Why did the flying ship stop in the East Sea Spirit region? If there's nothing important, please leave quickly. Luo Yu, who was communicating with Du Fan and the others, heard the voice and glanced at them. He held the communication jade tablet in his hand and stepped forward. Standing in the spaceship, he glanced at the cultivators and said, I am Luo Yu, one of the 8 leaders of the Phoenix Guards under the Ghost Doctor. I came to the East Sea Spirit region under the orders of my master. You can patrol your seas. Don't worry about me. Hearing that it was actually one of the leaders of the Phoenix Guards under the Ghost Doctor, the few cultivators were startled and carefully sized up Luo Yu. After a long while, they cupped their hands and said, We didn't know that it was the leader of the Phoenix Guards under the Ghost Doctor. Please forgive us if we have offended you. It's just that the Eastern Sea Spirit region has not been peaceful recently. I know about this. However, there are quite a number of cultivators gathered at the seaside. Since you're the Sea Patrol Guards, you should naturally go and deal with them. Luo Yu said in a low voice. His gaze was filled with pressure as it landed on them. Perhaps because the difference in strength was too great, the few of them did not dare to say anything under his gaze. Instead, they bowed and responded and left first. After they went further away, they quickly took out their communication jade and sent the news back. Chapter 4706. Don't worry, I've already found it. It's quite a distance from the sea. Guillermo took the spirit fruit and sat down beside him, asking, Have you contacted Du Fan and the rest? I've contacted them, and they're already on their way. Master is here too. He grinned, saying, Du Fan said that Master had finished refining the elixir. Once he came out of seclusion and heard that we were coming to the East Sea, he brought the rest over. They're just a few days later than us, but with Master speed, they'll probably arrive here tomorrow morning. That's great. When Guillermo heard this, he couldn't help but smile. But just now, a few people came to patrol the sea. They said that they were the South Chung Sovereign's men, and I sent them away. Luo Yu said, thoughtfully, Does the East Sea Spirit region belong to the South Chung Sovereign? Why do I remember that this place isn't under his jurisdiction? The East, South, West, and North Sea regions aren't under his jurisdiction, but it's normal for there to be people patrolling. Guillermo said, looking at the dark sea in the distance, saying, After all, there are many treasures in the sea. If there weren't people patrolling, the treasures at the bottom of the sea would have been emptied sooner or later. Let's have a good rest tonight. Next, we just have to wait for Master and the rest to arrive. Luo Yu said, stretching his back, and went into the cabin to rest. The next day, when it was close to noon, Feng Jiao and the rest arrived. Luo Yu, who had been waiting by the sea for a long time, grinned when he saw them, and quickly stepped forward, Master. Feng Jiao smiled and nodded at him. He looked around and asked, Where's Guillermo? Master, Guillermo is waiting on the flying ship on the sea. I'll bring you there now, he said, and after greeting Du Fan, Lung Hua, and Lung Shuang, he brought them to the flying ship. Isn't that the Ghost Doctor? Why is she here? Someone recognized Feng Jiao and couldn't help but whisper, It's the Ghost Doctor. Could it be that there really are treasures in the sea? So she's been lured here? Who is the Ghost Doctor? What treasures hasn't she seen? In my opinion, this matter isn't so simple. Why don't we go and take a look? They seem to be heading towards the center of the sea. Someone suggested and wanted to go and take a look, but no one agreed. Instead, they all looked at him as if he was an idiot. His curiosity that had been raised with great difficulty immediately withered. On the other side, Feng Jiao and the rest followed Luo Yu to the spaceship. When Guillermo saw her, he bowed and greeted, Master, Master, you must not have had a good rest on the way here. Take a seat first. Let me tell you about our findings, Luo Yu said as he invited her to board the spaceship. Seeing this, Feng Jiao nodded and sat down in the spaceship. Then he asked, In your communication jade, you said that there was a powerful presence below that you couldn't get close to. But the presence felt like the presence of an azure dragon? What the hell is going on? Master, we searched at the bottom of the sea for a long time. When we reached a place, we couldn't go any further. Also, our divine senses couldn't detect it. But the presence was very similar to the azure dragons. We were wondering if the Yama Lord was at the bottom of the sea. Luo Yu glanced at her and said, Master, why don't I bring you down to take a look first? Is this the position of the flying ship? Fengjiu asked. Chapter 4707. Hearing this, Fengjiu stood up and walked to the side of the ship. She closed her eyes and released her divine sense. Her divine sense kept extending downwards. When it reached a certain level, her divine sense touched a familiar aura, and she suddenly opened her eyes. It's him. He must be down there, she said with certainty. Her heart was filled with excitement. However, after the excitement, she was even more confused. She did sense the green dragon's aura, but Mo's aura was extremely weak. How badly did the heavenly lightning injure him that day? Why did he sink into the East Sea spiritual region? Move away a little. Don't stop here. I'll go down and take a look. Fengjiu turned around and instructed. Master, don't you need us to go down with you? Luo Yu stepped forward and asked. No need. Just wait here. She shook her head and took out a water avoidance pearl from the space. Then, she leaped into the sea. Seeing that she was going down alone, Luo Yu could not help but worry. He leaned against the side of the ship and watched for a while. Then, he turned around and looked at them. Will Master be okay going down alone? She didn't rest during the journey. Will she be okay in this state? Don't worry. Master knows what to do. Du Fan smiled and said to Guillermo, let's move the ship away so that Master won't cause any commotion and affect the ship. Okay, Guillermo replied. He controlled the spaceship to fly to a spot not too far away, leaving some distance between them. On the other side, when the southern city monarch found out that Fengjiu's people had gone to the East Sea spiritual region, he was slightly surprised. He only asked them to keep an eye on them and see what they were going to do there. Not long after, news came that even Fengjiu had appeared in the East Sea spiritual region. This made him curious. Why did she go to the East Sea spiritual region? Could it be that the strange phenomenon in the East Sea had something to do with her? Thus, he ordered his people to keep an eye on them. If there were any movements, they were to report back. After all, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu was not an ordinary person. Naturally, she could not be treated in a normal way. Compared to the southern city monarch's guesses and curiosity, Fengjiu was now deep in the sea. A water avoidance pearl and a luminous pearl floated in front of her. The spiritual aura around her also created a current, so that the surrounding seawater could not splash on her body. She slowly walked forward step by step and came to the place where the aura was surging. Indeed, it felt like a protective shield. Although the luminous pearl's radiance was shining, it could not be seen very far. Thus, she closed her eyes and concentrated her divine sense in front of her. At this moment, she felt that the pure spiritual aura in the sea was surging slightly and seeping into the place protected by the current. It was as if something was absorbing the pure spiritual aura in the sea. The Azure Dragon's ancient aura was surging, and her divine sense could even see that in the center of the defensive barrier, the Azure Dragon's aura was protecting a sleeping figure. And that person was her husband, Xianyuan Mose, whom she had been unable to find all this time. Mose, as she called out softly and repeatedly, trying to wake him up. However, he was sleeping peacefully, as if his 5 senses and 6 senses were sealed. Chapter 4708. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible at the bottom of the sea. She stood there quietly and calmed herself down. Then, she stretched out her hand and pressed against the aura in front of her. The spiritual aura on her body surged along with the ancient pressure in her body. A pure spiritual aura gushed out from her palm. The surrounding seawater surged because of the surging aura on her body. As her palm turned, a clear shout came from her mouth. Break! A clear shout that contained a powerful pressure and aura came out. The sound shook the water in the sea, and on the surface of the sea, each wave was more turbulent than the last. As soon as Fengjiu's voice fell, a visible spiritual aura spread out from her palm. In the bottom of the sea, there seemed to be a faint cracking sound. Then, the isolated aura dissipated in the bottom of the sea and disappeared into the seawater. The isolated aura dissipated. Under the illumination of the night pearl, the scene in the water in front of her gradually became clear. She saw him floating in the water with a pure spiritual aura surging from his body. The Azure Dragon's aura wrapped around him and protected him very well. She quickly walked up to him and reached out to hug him. However, the moment she touched him, she was stunned. She stood there stiffly, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Panic appeared in her eyes, Mosed as she watched as her hand passed through his body. He was clearly in front of her, but she couldn't touch his body. Or rather, he didn't have a body at all. He was just an illusory existence. How could this be? How could this be? Mose, wake up. It's me. I'm here. Open your eyes and look at me. She called out again and again. Her heart was filled with fear and helplessness. He was clearly here and right in front of her, but in reality, she couldn't touch him. It was as if he was far away on the horizon. She called out again and again, but he was still in a deep sleep and didn't react at all. Gradually, she realized that his body was fading. This discovery made her even more flustered. She couldn't help but reach out to touch him again. Still, she couldn't touch him, and her hand passed through his body. Mose, what's wrong with you? How can I save you? What can I do to save you? Her tears fell uncontrollably, and when her tears fell on his seemingly illusory body, the body that was fading away seemed to solidify a little. The water that had been repelled by the water avoidance pearl gradually surged towards him under the surge of the Azure Dragon aura on his body, surrounding his entire body. When his body was surrounded by the sea water, his body that had been gradually fading returned to its original state. It looked as if he was quietly lying there, sleeping. Seeing this scene, Fengjiu took a step back. She raised her hand and wiped the tears in her eyes. She said softly but with determination, "No matter what method, I must wake you up." Chapter 4709. She took a deep look at Xianyuan Mose and retreated step by step. Finally, she formed an ancient seal with both hands, isolating the area once again. As the enchantment spread out, a layer of water rippled around her. In the next moment, she flicked her sleeve and put away the luminous pearl. Holding the water avoidance pearl in her hand, she spun around and headed towards the surface of the sea. Du Fan and the others were waiting in the airship. They watched the waves on the surface of the sea surge up several feet high. They couldn't help but wonder if their master had found the whereabouts of the Yama Lord. As time passed, they noticed that there were other cultivators not far away from them on the surface of the sea. They seemed to be watching their movements. After a while, a red figure spun up from the bottom of the sea. The red figure spun in the air, and as she spun, water droplets flew out. After a while, the wet dress became dry again, and there was no trace of water on it. Master, seeing her emerge from the bottom of the sea, the people on the airship couldn't help but be delighted. However, after a moment of surprise, they realized that their master had come out alone. The Yama Lord was still nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they couldn't help but look at each other, and the smiles on their faces faded. Fengjiu stood on the surface of the sea for a long time. His red robes fluttered in the wind, and his ink-black hair fluttered. His beautiful face carried a hint of coldness. His gaze contained the pressure of a superior person as he faintly swept across the people around him. Then he gathered his chi and swept over to the airship. Sent a message back. Sent a group of Phoenix guards to patrol this area. Fengjiu ordered indifferently. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Luo Yu used his elbow to lightly nudge Du Fan beside him, indicating that he should ask the question. Seeing this, Du Fan responded and said, "Yes, this subordinate will send a message back in a moment. Send a group of Phoenix guards here." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused and asked again, "Master, did you find anything at the bottom of the sea? Is the Yama Lord down there?" "He's down there, but his condition isn't very good. I can't bring him up, so I can only leave him here," Fengjiu said softly, with a trace of helplessness and unconcealable worry in his voice. The Azure Dragon's vital energy is protecting him and nourishing his spirit. Below, I've set up a new barrier. Have our people patrol this area of the sea area, and don't let anyone disturb him. "Yes, this subordinate understands." "Master," Du Fan replied. Seeing Du Fan's words, he didn't speak. How long would it take to nourish the soul? Luo Yu couldn't help but ask. Lung Hua glanced at him and said, Master's mood isn't very good. Let's do as Master says. Master didn't say anything else, so let's not ask too much. Yes, I understand, Luo Yu replied. He glanced at the sea's surface and couldn't help but sigh. Should we park the spaceship here or go to the beach? Gu Mo asked a few of them. Chapter 47:10. On this day, Feng Jiu did not come out after entering the cabin. Du Fan and the others knew that she must be in a very low mood and did not dare to disturb her. At this time, they could only leave her alone to calm down. Feng Jiu stayed in the cabin for a day. During this day, she thought about a lot of things. In the end, she sorted out her emotions and made up her mind. It was not until the next morning that she walked out of the cabin. Master, you're awake? Master, take a seat first. I'll get you a cup of water. Lung Shuang saw her come out and said with a smile, No need. Feng Jiu gestured and walked to the side of the ship. She looked at the sea and said, Call them all out. I have something to tell them. Okay. Lung Shuang responded and then went to knock on the cabin door where the others were resting. Master, Du Fan and the others came out and came in front of her. They bowed to her. Feng Jiu turned to look at them and said, I'm going out to travel and train my mind in preparation for ascension. I called you all out to tell you to guard this place, well, and not let anyone disturb him in the bottom of the sea. After the Phoenix Guard arrive here, one of you will have to take the lead to guard this place every once in a while. Hearing her words, everyone was startled. They looked at each other and said in unison, Master, don't worry. We will definitely guard this sea area well and not let anyone disturb the spirit of the Yama Lord. After they finished speaking, Luo Yu could not help but ask, Master, how long will you be traveling for? How long will you be back? Feng Jiu shook her head and said softly, I don't know. She turned to look at the sea and said, What I lack is an opportunity. Moreover, too many things have happened in the past few years. There are too many things in my heart. I also need to walk around and see the various states of the world. I need to polish my state of mind and prepare for ascension. She looked at the sky and said coldly, When a supreme being ascends, if he succeeds, he will live as long as the heavens and the earth. If he fails, his cultivation will be destroyed and there will never be a second chance. When Mo Zhe failed to ascend, it was because the people above wanted to kill him. If Tian Jizi did not save him with his life, his spirit would not have been hidden in the deep sea to be nourished. As for me, I have to undergo 9 tribulations and 81 bolts of heavenly lightning. I can only succeed and not fail. She did not have a second chance, and she would not allow herself to fail, because there was not only their child waiting for her up there, but also the enemy she wanted to destroy. When Du Fan heard her words, he immediately knelt down on one knee and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Master, please be at ease. We swear to protect the Yama Master with our lives, and we won't let anyone harm his divine soul. We will wait here for Master to return from her travels. Let's congratulate Master on your successful ascension and live as long as the heavens and the earth. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at them, and the corners of her lips rose slightly. She said, Get up. I believe that you will do what I have asked you to do. The few of them then stood up and looked at her, who was leaning against the boat. Her expression was indifferent as she looked into the distance, as if she was thinking about something. The few of them stood quietly, and their gazes fell on her. None of them said a word. At this moment, their master gave them the feeling that she would go far away at any time, and they would not be able to catch her even if they wanted to. Chapter 47:11. At the same time, in Cloud Sky Mountain. On this day, Emperor Qing brought his 3 disciples out to participate in the annual competition. The 3 of them sat on the aircraft with him. After leaving Cloud Sky Mountain, they had been flying in the sky, looking down and passing by many places. However, their master had never told them what they were going to compete in this annual competition. Ever since they had been cultivating by their master's side, the competition that was held every half a year was a chance for them to learn from each other. As for the competition this time around, their master didn't even mention a single word about it. As such, they still didn't know how they were going to compete in this annual competition. Yu, who was sitting in the middle of her two elder brothers, thought about how their master usually doted on her the most, so her pair of beautiful eyes rolled. Then, with all smiles, she opened her mouth and asked, "Master, where are we going to compete in this year's competition? Is Master taking us to compete with others?" Emperor Qing sat quietly with his eyes closed. When he heard her question, he didn't even open his eyes. He only said indifferently, "Don't worry, you will know soon." Hearing this, Yu glanced at her two brothers and stuck out her tongue helplessly. At about noon, Emperor Qing, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu. He said, "Master will give you a month's time. After a month, you must return to Cloud Sky Mountain alone with 100 crystal cores that you have hunted. You are not allowed to use them or fly back. Instead, you have to walk back. After a month, if you are unable to return to Cloud Sky Mountain, then you will be punished. Master wants us to hunt for 100 crystal cores each and then walk back to Cloud Sky Mountain alone. Can't we go together?" Muchin couldn't help but ask. Their master's aircraft took an entire morning to arrive here. If they walked, how long would it take to return to Cloud Sky Mountain? "Yes, you can't go together. You have to walk back alone," Emperor Qing said indifferently. He looked at them and said, "Master will separate 3 strands of divine sense on you. Master will know all of your actions. If you're in danger, you have to learn how to save yourself. However, when you encounter danger that you cannot resolve, you can also call for Master to save you. However, when you call for Master to save you, that person will also withdraw from the competition and return to Cloud Sky Mountain to accept the punishment of failure." Hearing this, Yu blinked and asked curiously, "Master, what is the punishment if we fail?" Emperor Qing glanced at her and said, "The punishment for the two of you is that you can only eat fasting pills for a year. You are not allowed to eat the 5 grains. Moreover, you have to be separated and are not allowed to meet or cultivate with the other two." Hearing this, Mu Chun and Mu Yu's little faces suddenly became serious. They didn't want to eat fasting pills. They didn't want to be separated from each other. They wanted to cultivate together every day, talk together, and grow together. If they didn't see each other for a year and were alone, the scene would be unimaginable. Chapter 47:12. Emperor Qing glanced at the two of them, and his eyes fell on Hao again. He said, "Yin Chun, you are stronger than them, so you have to hunt for 300 crystal cores. You also have to walk back to Cloud Sky Mountain alone within a month. If you fail to do so, the punishment will be the same as above, but with an extra point. You will be delayed from seeing your mother for a year." He knew what the 3 children cared about, so although this punishment didn't seem like a punishment, it was what they cared about the most. Sure enough, Howard nodded solemnly. "Master, don't worry. I know. I will definitely return to Cloud Sky Mountain within a month." Emperor Qing nodded and said, "The 3 of you have to act alone and can't help each other. The beasts I picked for you are of different grades. Yinshin, you go down first. The beasts in this forest are stronger, so be careful." "Yes." "How?" replied and looked at Mu Chun and Mu Yu. "You have to be careful too. I'll see you on the mountain." "Yes, yes. Big brother, you have to be careful too," Mu Chun and Mu Yu said in unison. They watched him call out his flying sword and go down to the forest alone. After a while, he disappeared from their sight. "Are you afraid?" Emperor Qing looked at them and asked. "No." The two of them shook their heads. Although they were young, they had encountered many things. When they were younger, they had wandered outside with their big brother. Moreover, after they returned to their mother's side, their mother taught them many things. They had also learned a lot from their master. At least, when they were in danger, they could think of a way to save themselves. Moreover, their master also said that he would separate a strand of divine consciousness to protect them. In addition, they had contracted beasts, so they weren't afraid at all. However, not being afraid didn't mean not being worried. After all, this was their first time acting alone, and it would take a month. Looking at the expressions in their eyes, Emperor Qing smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, go down. He sent the two of them to different parts of the forest and didn't stop. He just told them to be careful and left. The three children were in the same forest, but in different places. When they were alone, the feeling of isolation and helplessness hit them in the face. Other than themselves, there were only trees and weeds, and the faint roars of beasts that could be heard. After Hal landed, he quickly scouted the forest to look for prey. 3 crystal cores meant that he had to kill 300 beasts and then leave this place on foot. However, he only had a month's time. It could be said that time was very tight. Although his strength had improved in the past year, he didn't dare to be careless in this forest. Instead, he braced himself and dealt with it carefully. On the other side, not far from where Muchin landed, there was a ferocious beast lying in ambush in the bushes. When the beast saw him, it approached cautiously and bared its sharp teeth, ready to pounce on him. However, it saw the human child, who was originally standing still, jump up and straddle its back. A cold dagger was aimed at its neck. Chapter 47:13. Blood dripped on the ground, dyeing those flattened weeds under the feet of this ferocious beast red. Muchin's dagger had cut down, but this ferocious beast still didn't die. Instead, it violently swung and bumped about, attempting to throw off the human child who was sitting on its back. Muchin's legs tightly clamped the body of this ferocious beast, and one hand hugged the head of this ferocious beast, while the other hand increased the strength of the dagger. He didn't dare to pull out the dagger, rather clamped the body of this ferocious beast and increased the strength of the dagger in his hand. Hearing a hissing sound, the speed of that ferocious beast gradually slowed down, until finally the body of this ferocious beast swayed a few times and directly fell down. Muchin gasped for breath, and a layer of sweat seeped out from his forehead. He came down from the body of this ferocious beast and once again checked, confirming that this ferocious beast was already dead. Only then did he lightly exhaled and quickly used the dagger to dig out the beast crystal, then quickly left. On the other side, Ur was walking in the forest, and seeing that there were actually many low-level elixirs in the forest, she couldn't help but happily smiled. While she was picking them, she also put them inside her space. At this moment, it was noon, and some beasts were out looking for food. When a long-tusked boar with hard thorns all over its body came out from the forest, and seeing that little human who was squatting on the ground digging for elixirs, the saliva in its mouth immediately flowed out, and even its breathing became coarse. Hearing the movement, Ur raised her head and saw that ferocious beast with long tusks in its mouth, which somewhat resembled a pig, was staring at her while drooling. She couldn't help but blinked her eyes and somewhat blankly looked at it. Her brain quickly spun. This long-tusked boar's body was so big, and the black hair on its body was like black thorns, looking strangely frightening. Moreover, those 2 sharp teeth, which were protruding from its mouth, seemed to be very sharp. Her pair of beautiful eyes quickly circled around its body, and discovered that this long-tusked boar appeared to be very difficult to deal with. She immediately stood up and quickly retreated. Roar! Seeing her move, that long-tusked boar issued a beast roar, and with a big stride, it pounced towards Ur. Seeing this, Ur hastily tiptoed and jumped to a big tree. She lowered her head and looked at that pig below. It was in the process of circling around the big tree, trying to break the tree. Seeing this, she borrowed strength from her hand and jumped up. She sat down on a branch of the big tree and patted her chest, lightly exhaling. Phew, I was scared to death. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud crash from under the tree. The tree shook a little, and she, who was sitting on the tree, also swayed a little. She was so frightened that she quickly hugged the tree to stabilize her body. She lowered her head and saw that the tusked boar was ramming into the tree. Pieces of bark were falling off the tree. Seeing this, her beautiful big eyes turned and a sly light flashed across them like a fox. She took out a slingshot from her space and also took out an iron ball. Aiming at the head of that ferocious beast below, she fiercely shot the iron ball. The iron ball shot and fell on the head of that ferocious beast. Although it wasn't fatal, but it was still painful, causing that ferocious beast to roar even more. But after you shot several iron beads in succession, that ferocious beast raised its head and roared towards her. Immediately, the slingshot in her hand was pulled open again, and a pill flew out and directly entered the mouth of that ferocious beast, which was roaring loudly. Chapter 47:14. She looked from the tree, and after that ferocious beast swallowed the medicine she had thrown into its mouth, it lowered its head and roared like a human, as if it wanted to spit out the medicine in its mouth. She grinned and once again shot an iron ball towards it. Roar! That ferocious beast raised its head and roared towards you, as if it had been provoked. Its two legs moved on the ground, and it seemed to want to jump up the tree. Merely insignificant tusked boar. Even if it was a ferocious beast, it was still unable to climb up the tree. After trying twice, it howled, then unexpectedly turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Ur chased after it with a beaming smile. She was determined to get the crystallic nucleus of this prey. She couldn't let it run away. Ur's pill gradually took effect along with the running of that ferocious beast. The speed of that ferocious beast gradually slowed down, and finally, with a bang, it knocked down in front of a tree. Hee. Ur grinned and followed after it. She didn't approach it, rather picked up a branch and poked it. Seeing that it was not moving, she walked forward. She took out her dagger and slit the tusked boar's neck. When the dagger slit its throat, the tusked boar's body twitched as if it was about to wake up. However, it died because of the fatal slash. She dug out that crystallic nucleus and also took out some low-level elixirs that she had picked before, and after crushing them, she smeared the juice on the body of this ferocious beast. After that, she took out a small flag used to set up formation from her space and set up a formation in the surroundings. After that, she found a place to hide. She was small, and her strength was also not big, and her battle prowess was not as strong as her two elder brothers. So it was also not that easy for her to gather 100 crystallic nuclei, but she could use her brain, and she could use the things she had learned. Like this, she didn't need to worry about hunting less than 100 ferocious beasts. 3 people were scattered in 3 corners of this forest. Because they knew that their master would secretly protect them, they didn't need to worry about other people and only focused on their own matters. 6 days later, Ur was hiding inside a small cave, counting the number of crystallic nuclei she had hunted these days. 48, 49, 50, 53. She looked at the small pile of multicolored crystallic nuclei in front of her, and her eyes shined with excitement. 53 nuclei. I still need 47 nuclei to gather 100 nuclei. She seriously counted with her fingers, while muttering, 53 nuclei. I used 6 days' time, almost killed 9 ferocious beasts. If I want to gather 100 nuclei within 10 days, then in the following 4 days and 1 day, I have to. She blinked her eyes and seriously counted with her fingers as she muttered to herself. That serious look on her face made her look a little silly and adorable. Finally, after much difficulty, she put the crystal nuclei back into the space, took out a spirit fruit, and ate it. Then, she got up and walked out with her 2 short legs. She had set up a trap outside, and now she could go and see if there were any beasts that had fallen into the trap. She had made the places herself, she to wear what she was to walk, her, and her make war, she was to be to herself, to she to when she was walking. Chapter 47:15. She looked at that fainted person, but didn't step forward, rather first went to check several beasts, and after confirming that they had fainted due to her medicine, she used her dagger to kill them and dug out their crystallic nucleus. After settling the beasts, she walked to the front of that person and looked at him. The other party seemed to be 7 or 8 years old little boy, and there were wounds all over his body. Some seemed to be wounds caused by the claws of beasts, but there were also some wounds caused by swords. She had studied medicine for quite some time, so naturally, she could also see that the wounds caused by swords were very serious, and ought to be caused by the determination to kill him. She took out a small bottle from her space, and after opening it, She placed it in front of that little boy's nose and let him smell it. After a while, she saw his eyelashes lightly trembling, and he opened his eyes. However, after the other party opened his eyes, his hands instinctively pushed her away. She didn't notice and directly fell to the ground. "Why are you pushing me?" You unhappily glared at him. Then, patting her clothes, she stood up and said, "I saved you." The little boy was startled, as if he saw that the person before his eyes was a little girl who was even younger than him. He immediately became somewhat nervous and also somewhat embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Just after speaking, the little boy lowered his head, and with red eyes, tears fell down. Seeing this, Ewer couldn't help but was startled and promptly said, "I also didn't hit you, and also didn't scold you. Why are you crying?" It was fine if Ewer didn't ask, because when she asked, the little boy suddenly cried, I'm trapped here and can't go out. I'm trapped here for a whole night, and there are also several ferocious beasts here. I am afraid that I will be eaten by them." Hearing these words, Ewer blinked her eyes. Then, looking at him, she somewhat blankly asked, "How did you run in here?" "You ran into this formation. Could it be that when you came in, these ferocious beasts also didn't faint? So you stayed with several ferocious beasts for a whole night?" "Someone wanted to kill me. I ran and ran, but I couldn't get out of here. There were a few ferocious beasts here. The wounds on my back were caused by those ferocious beasts. Later, I climbed up a tree to avoid being eaten. After that, I fell down and fainted." He wiped his tears and cried. His voice was choked, but his words were still clear. Hearing this, Ewer somewhat embarrassedly scratched her little braid and embarrassedly said, This formation was arranged by me. I used it to catch ferocious beasts, but I didn't expect that someone would break in." She had put medicine to lure ferocious beasts, and some medicine that would make ferocious beasts faint after smelling it for a long time. It was a miracle that this person was not eaten by those ferocious beasts after entering the array she had set up. You set up the array?" The little boy stared at the little girl, who was even shorter than him, in disbelief. "Yes, this array was taught to me by my master. Not to mention you. Even if Gene stage cultivators came in, they also wouldn't be able to get out," she said while beaming with smiles. Then, staring at the wounds on his body, she said, "I will help you bandage your wounds. The wounds caused by ferocious beasts must be cleaned, otherwise it will get infected." Finished speaking, Yer didn't wait for him to speak, and took out medicine to help him clean and bandage his wounds. Hearing the rumbling sound coming from his stomach, she happily said, "I will treat you to eat meat. I have been here for several days, but I haven't met a single person. You are the first person I have met." Chapter 47:16. Ewer looked at him with a beaming smile, but didn't answer, rather said, "This place is very dangerous. You should quickly leave. Otherwise, if you encounter ferocious beasts, it will be troublesome. I know which way to go out. I will tell you." The little boy was dumbfounded for a moment, then somewhat hesitantly said, "I can't go to the path I came from. Those people will definitely be guarding there, and if I go out, they will kill me. Rest assured, there is more than one path leading to the outside." Ewer said with a beaming smile, then took out a piece of dried meat from her space and handed it over to him, then said, "I roasted this yesterday. You can eat it." "Many thanks," the little boy answered, then after receiving the dried meat, tore off a piece and ate it, then asked, "Are you also going out with me?" "I'm still not going. I still haven't finished my matter here. I still have to stay here for another 4 days." She shook her head, then walked over and removed the formation. Then, after walking for a period of time, she pointed at a direction and said, "You can go out by following this direction. I have already seen, after going out from that direction, there's a mountain path. If you go along this mountain path, you can go to a place with people." But the little boy didn't leave, rather hesitated, and said, "I don't dare to go by myself. I am afraid I will encounter ferocious beasts. I can't beat them." Hearing these words, Ewer blinked her eyes and stared at him for a good while. Then, as if somewhat vexed, she wrinkled her delicate little face and said, "You don't dare to go by yourself? Now I also can't send you away, because that will waste my time. How about you stay here with me for a few days, and at that time you will go out together with me." "Okay." The little boy nodded his head. Then looking at her, he said, "My name is Lin Yang. What about you?" "My name is Yunqi," Yu said with a beaming smile, then said, "I'm going to look for ferocious beasts. Do you want to come with me?" "Look for ferocious beasts? You're not afraid?" he asked in a daze. "Not afraid, because I am very powerful." Her pair of beautiful eyes curved into crescent moon, and her eyes were filled with fox-like crafty radiance. When Lin Yang heard this, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll go with you to take a look." Therefore, Yu, who had been alone for a few days, finally had a little companion to accompany her to talk. She took Lin Yang and walked towards other formation point, wanting to see whether other formation points had trapped ferocious beasts or not. Arriving at another place, after both of them entered the formation, they saw 5 ferocious beasts lying motionless on the ground. Yu happily stepped forward and said, "Perhaps I can leave this place in 3 days." As she spoke, she walked towards the ferocious beast. At the same time, she took out her dagger and prepared to stab the beast again. Suddenly, a ferocious beast that was lying motionless on the ground jumped up and pounced towards her with a low roar. "Be careful!" When Lin Yang saw this scene, his face turned pale with fright and he instinctively cried out. Yu also didn't expect that there would actually be a ferocious beast that was pretending to be unconscious lying in ambush here. But her reaction was also very fast. Almost at the same time that ferocious beast pounced, she stepped to one side, avoiding the pounce and bite of that ferocious beast. "Quickly climb the tree. Quickly, ah!" Yu shouted towards Lin Yang, who was still foolishly standing on the other side. Chapter 47:17. Roar! Quickly climb up the tree. That ferocious beast is a holy beast. Quickly climb up the tree. Yu anxiously shouted. Seeing that ferocious beast was roaring and pouncing towards Lin Yang, she didn't have time to dodge, rather raised her chi and rushed to his side, and when that ferocious beast was pouncing towards him, she quickly brought him to dodge. "Go up, quickly go up!" Yu pushed him and borrowed his strength to let him climb up the tree first. After he jumped up the tree, she turned her head to look, and that ferocious beast instantly pounced towards her. "Yunqi, quickly come up! Quickly come up, ah!" Lin Yang exclaimed. When he saw that ferocious beast pouncing towards her, he thought that she was going to die without a doubt. But who would have thought that instead of dodging, she held the dagger in her hand and faced it head-on. "Yunqi, you don't want to live anymore," he shouted loudly, and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this moment, Yu didn't pay attention to him, rather raised her spirit to 120%. Although she had used medicine to deal with those ferocious beasts in this period of time, and thus easily dug out the crystallic nucleus, but her skill was also trained by her master and 2 brothers, so even if she couldn't compare with her 2 brothers, but she also wasn't that weak. Now that this ferocious beast was about to pounce and bite her, even if she dodged again and again, she wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Since it was like this, she might as well fight with all her strength. Roar! The roar of the holy beast resounded, causing her ears to ring. Although there was an ancient mythological beast within her body, but in order to not let them sense the ancient mythological beast within their body, their master had sealed the aura of their body. Otherwise, not to mention this holy beast, even if a mythological beast appeared, it also wouldn't dare to approach her side. She used the exquisite agility skill that she had painstakingly trained for 1 year to dodge, and taking advantage of this opportunity, she stabbed the dagger in her hand towards the buttocks of that holy beast. The sound of the sharp dagger stabbing into the buttocks of that holy beast was accompanied by the blood-curdling scream of that holy beast. Because of the injury on its buttocks, that holy beast became even more violent and violently pounced towards Yu. Yu nimbly dodged using her petite figure, and seeing that holy beast pouncing towards her, she clenched her teeth and instantly bent her waist and got under the body of that ferocious beast, then stabbed the sharp dagger in her hand upwards. Roar! Blood as if a blood pillar splashed out, sprinkling all over Yu. After she stabbed that holy beast, she nimbly turned around and flashed out from under its body, then quickly retreated to dodge. As for the holy beast, it roared and scurried for a few meters before its body twitched and collapsed. Soon, the ground was dyed red with its blood. The holy beast twitched a few times before stiffening and dying. Seeing this scene, Yor took a deep breath, and her hand that was holding the dagger slightly trembled. That dagger she had stabbed too ruthlessly, and her strength was extremely heavy, to the extent that her hand that was holding the dagger was somewhat unable to open. However, when she saw the ferocious beast lying motionless on the ground, she knew that this time the ferocious beast was dead. Thinking that in addition to obtaining the crystal core on its head, he could also obtain the inner core in its body, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After taking a deep breath, he walked forward. Chapter 47:18. Especially when he saw the little person using a dagger to dig out the sacred beast's crystal core, then cut open the sacred beast's abdomen and took out the sacred beast's inner core. That bloody scene and the little person seemed very strange no matter how one looked at it. At this moment, he couldn't help but guess, in the end, what kind of family child was this Yin-Chi? She was obviously younger than him. Moreover, she was still a little girl, but how could her courage be so big? Lin Yang, today let's roast some meat to eat. Freshly roasted meat will be more tender and more delicious. Moreover, this is still a holy beast, so we can make its meat into jerky. Yor said with a beaming smile. Staring at this holy beast on the ground, she was already thinking about how to eat it. However, after a long time, she didn't hear any movement, so she raised her head to look and saw he was hugging a big tree with a stiff complexion. So she waved her hand and called, "Quickly come down, Help me pick up the branches. You have to do something to have something to eat." Okay. He swallowed his saliva and answered. Then coming down from the big tree, he carefully walked to her side. Then looking at her, he asked, "Yin-Chi, you in the end, who are you? How can you kill such a holy beast?" I already said that I am very powerful. She mysteriously smiled, then quickly finished off other few ferocious beasts, and putting away the crystal core, she said, "Help me drag this holy beast back to the cave, then pick up the branches. I will teach you how to roast meat." Seeing she didn't say anything, he had no choice but to agree. Then helping her to drag that holy beast out of the formation, they arrived at a small cave. "Is this the place where you live?" Lin Yang looked at the cave. This small cave was approximately 2 meters deep, and there were trees all around, so it was not too easy to find. "And in, I will live here these few days." Yor nodded her head. "Then I will go and pick up the branches first." Lin Yang said, then went around to pick up the branches, then carried them back to the cave. Yor cut off a leg of meat, then using a rack, she placed it on the fire to roast. Her movements were skillful and natural, making Lin Yang somewhat inconceivably open his eyes wide. "Do you often roast meat? You seem to be very skillful." He looked at her and asked. "It took me a long time to learn it. My master said that I have to learn how to survive outside. So not only can I roast meat, even if I don't have a fire starter, I can drill wood to make a fire," she said with a smile, adding branches to the fire. "You're really amazing. You're clearly younger than me," he said in a daze. "My big senior brother and second senior brother are even more powerful." She raised her head and said proudly. When she was outside, she remembered her master's words and addressed her elder brother and brother as eldest senior brother and second senior brother. "Who is your master? Where do you live? Where are you going after we leave this place?" Lin Yang asked. "After leaving this place, I will naturally return to the mountain. As for who my master is, Master said that I can't use his name to show off." She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "So, I can't say it. Hearing this, Lin Yang hugged his knees and rested his chin on them. He looked at the bonfire and said softly, "After I leave this forest, I will go find my grandfather. Once I find him, I will be safe." Chapter 47:19. Hearing this, Lin Yang was startled and somewhat uncertainly said, It shouldn't be, right?" Yor seriously thought for a bit, then said, "Unless the person who wants to kill you doesn't know where your grandfather is, otherwise knowing that you're going to look for your grandfather, he will definitely intercept and kill you on the way." For a moment, Lin Yang didn't speak. Only looking at her in a daze, he asked, "Why do you think that the person who wants to kill me will intercept and kill me on the way to my grandfather? Obviously you are so small. How can you think of that?" Because my mother taught me. My mother said, when encountering a matter, I must use my brain more. If I don't use my brain, sometimes I won't even know how I died. Thinking of her mother, a joyful smile appeared on her small face. My mother is a very, very powerful person. She taught me a lot of things. Although I haven't learned them all, my mother said that I'm very smart. In the future, I'll slowly learn them by myself. Lin Yang remained silent. Don't know what he was thinking. He didn't speak again, only staring at the bonfire in a daze. Next, you are used 3 days to gather 100 crystallic nucleus. After gathering 100 crystallic nucleus, she couldn't help but take out her communication jade to send a message to her 2 brothers, telling them that she had already gathered 100 crystallic nucleus and was preparing to leave this place. This day, Yu took Lin Yang to walk out of the forest, and when they passed by water source, she shouted for Lin Yang to guard at one side, while she went to change her clothes and wash her face. At the side of that small spring of water source, she changed her clothes and wore a pink-colored small skirt. After wiping her body, she washed her hair, then drying her hair, she tied her hair into 2 braids. Lin Yang, I have changed. You also go and change your clothes. Yu shouted, and with light footsteps, she walked out with all smiles. Lin Yang turned his head to take a look, and saw that after washing her entire body was refreshed. Moreover, her appearance was also very good-looking, especially when she wore that pink-colored small skirt. She appeared even more lovable and cute, and didn't have the slightest bit of fierceness when she killed ferocious beasts. I don't have any clothes, only this set on my body." He lowered his head and looked at his dirty and messy clothes, then somewhat uncomfortably pulled the corner of his clothes. I didn't ask you where your clothes." Yu slyly smiled. Then, taking out a set of her clothes from her space, she said, "My mother prepared a lot of clothes for me every year. You wear mine." "That's a skirt. I am a boy. How can I wear it?" He shook his head and hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't want to live?" Yu looked at him and seriously said, "If you go out wearing your clothes, then you will certainly be killed before you can find your grandfather. But if you dress up as a girl, then that is not the case. Those people who want to kill you will only look for a little boy and not a little girl." "What?" He looked at her in a daze. He didn't expect her to give him such an idea. "You, as to where to wear, until to the end, to your until to find your to your to find." Chapter 47:20. After a while, Lin Yang, who had changed into a girl's clothing, somewhat embarrassedly walked out. While walking, he pulled his skirt, and his little face was slightly red with a shy appearance. You look very good wearing women's clothing." Yu's eyes lit up, and beaming with smiles, she looked at him. But I feel strange." He pulled his skirt, and again looked at this beautiful sky blue-colored dress, and his heart had an indescribable feeling. No, it's very good. I'll help you tie your hair." Yu walked towards him with a smile, and took out a ribbon of the same color to tie his hair. Because she was helping others to tie his hair, she didn't braid his hair, rather let his hair hang loose, covering half of his face, making his appearance more and more like a girl. Yu took him along a small path, and the 2 people used more than half a day to get out of this forest. When they arrived at the mountain path outside, Yu looked all around, and seeing that there was no one around, she said to him, "Let's quickly go. Let's see if we can find a place to stay before dark." "Okay." Lin Yang just responded, and saw her speed suddenly increased, which startled him so much that he hastily lifted his skirt and chased after her. At the same time, Hao and Mu Chun, who were inside the forest, received Yu's message. Both of them couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, then revealed a smile. They didn't expect that among the 3 people, the fastest one was unexpectedly their younger sister. They also didn't know what method she used to actually gather all the crystallic nucleus so quickly. Thinking that she had already come out of the forest, they also began to count their achievements these days. Mu Chun counted, and saw that he still lacked 13 crystallic nucleus to reach 100 crystallic nucleus. Seeing that the sky was still not dark, he put away the crystallic nucleus and walked towards the forest, intending to see if he could hunt a few more beasts before dark, and then hunt some more tomorrow. It would be best if he could leave here the day after tomorrow. How? It was much worse, because he had 300 crystallic nucleus. Even if he worked very hard these days, but now he still lacks 60 to 70 crystallic nucleus. Similarly, seeing that the sky was still not dark, he also went to the forest to continue hunting ferocious beasts. He even calculated in his heart that he could try to hunt some beasts that came out to hunt at night. The level of ferocious beasts in the area he was in was relatively high, and the majority of them could be seen everywhere were sacred beasts. These days, the number of beasts in this large area had become less and less. He thought that after hunting today, he would have to change location tomorrow. What he didn't know was that a group of disciples who were here to gain experience under the guidance of their sex elders. But when they walked through the forest, they were somewhat astonished. Strange, how come the beasts in this area? Moreover, there seems to be traces of battle. A middle-aged man leading the team said. He looked at the elder beside him and said, "Third elder, do we need to go somewhere else? Let's walk a bit more. Perhaps some clan had come here to gain experience." That elder said, and his footsteps paused, because he heard the faint roar of beasts coming from the forest. "There are roars of beasts. Should we go and take a look?" The middle-aged man asked. Chapter 47:21. Yes. The two young disciples responded and walked forward. "Rest here," the elder said to the others. The two young disciples searched for the source of the sound. Before they even got close, they felt a surge of air. They glanced at each other and used the trees as cover to look ahead. When they saw it, they couldn't help but be shocked. The two of them didn't even bother to hide. They even forgot about the elder's orders and jumped out, crying out at the same time, "Be careful!" However, who was about to make a move, glanced in the direction of the sound and frowned. Seeing the ferocious beast at the peak of the holy beast realm pouncing towards him, he turned the dagger in his hand and moved his feet, immediately attacking. His speed was extremely fast, and the place where the dagger had pierced was precisely the holy beast's fatal point. Relying on his exquisite movement and strange skills, he had struck the holy beast in one strike. A miserable roar resounded, and it shook the entire forest. Oh no, this is the peak of the holy beast. The two of them are in danger. The elder felt the fluctuation of the pressure and was worried that their disciple had angered the ferocious beast. He immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Those who could enter their sect were all disciples of century-old families. This time, they brought them out to gain experience so that they would not have to stay in the sect all the time. However, the premise of going out to gain experience was that they had to ensure the safety of their disciples. If something happened, there would be trouble. After all, the family behind each disciple was not to be trifled with. When they arrived at the source of the sound, they saw two of their disciples standing at the side. In front of them, a powerful vicious beast was twitching on the ground, dying. Beside the vicious beast, a little boy in tight clothes was stabbing the vicious beast with a dagger. After the vicious beast died, he skillfully dug out the crystal core and the vicious beast sniden. When the elder and the middle-aged man saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. They didn't recover from their shock. After a long while, when they saw the little boy put away the items, the elder looked at the two young disciples and asked, "What's going on here? Are you okay?" "We were fine." The two of them recovered and said, but their surprised eyes were still staring at the little boy. "Elder, there's no one else around. There's only this child," the middle-aged man whispered. He released his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found that other than them, there was only this child. There didn't seem to be any adults around the child. Hearing this, the elder took a deep breath and walked forward. He asked, "Child, who are you? Why are you here?" Howard looked at the horns on the ferocious beast's head and was about to use a dagger to cut off its horns and sell them in the city. When he heard the old man's voice, he glanced at him, then glanced at the people around him and behind him. He frowned and said with a cold expression, "Stay away from me." Hearing this, Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this child to say such a thing. Chapter 47:22. Had a cold personality, and he didn't have a good impression of the people from the Heavenly Sun sect. He said, "I don't want to know who you are, and I don't want to know you. Stay away from me and don't get in my way." The young disciples were displeased by the words of a child. They were all sons of aristocratic families and the pride of their sections. How could they tolerate a child being so arrogant? Just as they were about to scold him, their elder spoke up. Everyone swallowed their words. "Hee, child, did you kill this beast?" The elder asked with a chuckle. His gaze landed on the fatal wound on the ferocious beast and asked, "May I know who your master is?" There are many relationships between sects and aristocratic families. Perhaps this old man and your master are old friends. Howard didn't pay any attention to that. Old friends with his master? Was that what he meant? What a joke. What kind of person was his master? He was someone that even the mighty figures of the upper immortal world had to bow and greet with a smile. How could he be old friends with an elder from a sect? Moreover, they weren't even on the same level. However, if he mentioned his master's name, these people would have heard of his name even if they hadn't seen him before. However, his master also said that he shouldn't use his name to scare people outside unless it was absolutely necessary. Thought to himself as he cut off the beast's horns with his dagger. There were very few beasts that were at the peak of the holy beast realm that he had hunted these days. Moreover, apart from the 2 horns, this beast's skin should be worth a lot of money as well. However, skinning it was too troublesome. After cutting off the 2 horns, he cut off one of the beast's hind legs and prepared to roast it. After throwing everything into the space, he didn't even look at those people and walked away. This kid is too arrogant. He's a little too condescending. A disciple said, "He's got guts too. He actually dares to walk around here alone. Moreover, he looks very skilled at cutting. It's as if he's done it more than 100 times. Another disciple said, thoughtfully, "This child looks about 11 years old. Why is he here alone? His parents are really not worried. Aren't they afraid that he'll be in danger?" A young girl looked in the direction that the child left with unconcealable worry on her delicate face. At this time, the 2 young disciples who were standing at the side first took a deep breath and said, "You don't know, but this child's speed is extremely fast. Just now, we thought that he would be bitten to death by that fierce beast, but we didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, that fierce beast would fall down. That is a fierce beast at the peak of the holy beast level, and its combat strength is very shocking. However, we didn't see how that child attacked. We only know that when we came back to our senses, he had already stabbed that fierce beast's fatal spot." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, they did see the child skillfully cutting and digging out the crystal core and inner core. That technique didn't look like a novice at all. Instead, he looked like a veteran. Could he be an expert who has regained his youth? A disciple couldn't help but guess. Chapter 47:23. "Elder, should we follow him?" a disciple asked. The elder regained his senses, glanced at him, and asked, "Why should we follow him?" The disciple's face turned red at the question. He opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak. "Elder, this ferocious beast meat." The middle-aged man looked at him with an expectant smile. "It's fresh. It's a ferocious beast at the peak of the holy beast level. Let the disciples carry it and prepare it for dinner." As the elder spoke, he looked in the direction the child left and sighed softly. What an outstanding child. I wonder whose disciple he is? With the elder's words, the disciples picked up the ferocious beast and carried it away. They found a place to roast it and eat it. On the other side, Howard saw that the sky was not dark yet, so he searched for a while. In the end, he killed 3 first-level holy beasts before returning to the cave to rest. He roasted the ferocious beast meat in the cave and rested for a while. Seeing that the sky had darkened, he vaguely heard 1 or 2 beasts roaring outside. He got up and walked out. Although it was best to hunt during the day because of the line of sight, it was more advantageous for him to hunt. However, he also had to learn to adapt to the darkness and learn how to hunt in the dark. Therefore, he wanted to come out and give it a try. As for this area, he was very clear that there should be some first-level and second-level holy beasts. Relatively speaking, the danger was greatly reduced. Not far from Hauer, the people from the sect were resting when they suddenly heard movement in the forest. They were so shocked that they stood up abruptly. It can't be. Who's not resting at night and actually came out to hunt? It can't be that child from the day, right? A disciple muttered with his eyes wide open. Other than us, there's only him in this area. We don't have to guess to know it's him. Another young man said, and sighed softly, comparisons are odious. We're all humans, so why is that child so much stronger than us? His courage is really not for show. He dares to come in here alone. If it were me, I wouldn't dare even if you beat me to death. Listen, listen. It's another ferocious beast scream. TSK, TSK. This child is incredible. Another young man clicked his tongue in wonder as he listened to the ferocious beast scream echoing in the night. He was very curious about the child. All right, let's all go and rest. The middle-aged man scolded and walked around with his hands behind his back. He resisted the urge to take a look and sat down beside the elder. They spent the entire night in the midst of the faint roars of beasts. Surprisingly, other than the movements on that side, there was no movement on their side at all. Originally, they were worried that the smell of blood at night would attract other fierce beasts. However, they guarded against it until dawn and did not see a single fierce beast attacking them. At daybreak, Hauer had already gone to another area. There were no more beasts in this area. Even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they were scared away and didn't dare to stay in this area. He couldn't catch anything here anymore, so he could only change places. When the people of the Sky Sun sect woke up the next day, they inexplicably felt that the forest in this area had become even quieter. They couldn't even hear a single beast roar. This feeling made them feel inexplicably strange. Chapter 47:24. Hearing these words, many people's expressions slightly changed, and one of them said, "It shouldn't be. This place is so big. How could a child hunt all the ferocious beasts in this area? It's impossible." Then they continued to walk forward and even spread out all around to search. They also released their divine sense, and the final result was in this area there really wasn't even a single ferocious beast. Truly a little abnormal. He actually really killed all the ferocious beasts in this area. The middle-aged man leading the group couldn't help but said. Then looking towards the elder, he asked, "How about we go to the north side to look?" The elder pondered for a long time, then said, "We can only do this. Let's go." So everyone walked towards the north side. Next day evening, after Hauer saw that his crystallic nucleus was enough, he also tidied up a bit, and after sending a message to his elder brother, he also left the forest by himself. At this time, on the other side, Yuer and Lin Yang also arrived at a small town. Looking at Lin Yang, who was gasping for breath, Yuer said while beaming with smiles, "You have to practice more. You can't run as fast as me. If someone wants to kill you, you won't be able to escape with this kind of speed." Lin Yang gasped for breath, then raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. Because he was constantly rushing all the way, moreover he was chasing her from behind, so walking was even more tiring. It's because your speed is too fast. His speed was already considered as fast among his peers, but compared to her, he was instantly turned into dregs. But after getting along with her for these few days, he also knew that not only her speed was fast, her skill was also astonishing, so he basically couldn't treat her as an ordinary child. Hee. Let's go and eat something first. The sky is also getting dark. Today we will find a place to rest, and tomorrow we can also go separately," she said while beaming with smiles. "I want to be the first one to return to the mountain. The first one to return will have a reward." Lin Yang followed her towards the small town, and after they found a place to eat something, they went to the inn to rest. Next morning, while Yuer was eating steaming hot meat buns, she saw Lin Yang walking over. "Yunqi, I have to go. Will we meet again in the future?" Lin Yang looked at her. His little face had reluctance to part. Yuer shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I feel that there shouldn't be much chance to meet because my master usually doesn't let us go down a mountain." As she spoke, she ate the bun and chewed like a little squirrel. She looked at him and asked, "Do you want to eat a bun? I'll treat you to it. or you can eat it on the way." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked around and called the waiter over. She had him fill up 2 steamers with buns and give them to him. "Take them. You have to live well. Don't die. Remember what I told you." Lin Yong lowered his head and looked at the bag of buns that she stuffed over, his eyes slightly red. "And I will definitely live. I will not forget what you said." He sniffed and said, "Then I will go. Take care of yourself." "All right." Seemed as if she was heartless and didn't have the slightest bit of feeling of reluctance to part. As before, she was all smiles while looking at him. Chapter 47:25. Early in the morning, she had asked the waiter and had also inquired about the route. Calculating her walking distance, if there was no delay or any accident, then she would be able to walk back to Cloud Sky Mountain in 10 days. She was actually not worried about Lin Yong, because she had told him to go to the town to hire some loose cultivators or mercenaries to protect him on the way. This way, he would naturally be a lot safer. Humming a small tune, she walked around the small town with brisk steps. She bought some food and put in her space, and also bought some seeds. Only when it was close to noon did she leave the small town and go towards the mountain path. "Little girl, where did you come from? Why are you the only one here? Where are your father and mother?" Seeing this little girl, several loose cultivators who were leisurely riding their contracted beasts on the mountain path couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Ewer raised her head and looked at them. Then, revealing a pure and harmless smile, she mysteriously said, "I am not alone." Hearing these words, several loose cultivators were startled. Then, looking at each other, they looked towards the surroundings. Merely, they thought that there were shadow guards following them in the dark. However, they discovered that there was nothing. Looking at this little girl again, she had already taken out a fruit and was eating it while walking. "Little girl, where are you going? Come up. We will send you off." One loose cultivator said with a smile. Then, bending over, he extended his hand towards her. "No need. I will walk back by myself," Ewer said while eating the fruit. Then, shaking her head, she walked her own path. Hearing this, that loose cultivator laughed in a clear voice. "You, a little girl, how far can you walk? Besides, this small town is divided into 3 paths, and only by walking on each path can you reach the next small town. You can't walk." Ewer quickly finished the fruit. Then, taking out her small handkerchief, she carefully wiped her mouth. Only then did she put away the handkerchief. Then, with a beaming smile, she said to those few people, "I'm leaving, goodbye, uncles." Finished speaking, she waved her small hand towards those few people, and the next moment, the aura of spiritual power on her body rose, and her footsteps also followed. Almost in a blink of an eye, her figure had already moved 100 meters away. Those few loose cultivators who were riding their contracted beasts were startled and were somewhat astonished. This little girl hid her strength deeply. One interesting little girl. Let's go. Chase after him and ask him which family he is from." A man laughed heartily as he looked at the small figure in front of him that was getting further and further away with great interest. He called out to his mount and quickly gave chase. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's go. Let's go check it out." Several loose cultivators laughed, and they hastily rode their mounts to catch up. They were originally idle people, traveling everywhere without any restrictions. The difference was that they were not the kind of itinerant cultivators who had no clan to call home. Instead, they were itinerant cultivators who came from their clans to travel and gain experience. Naturally, they did not have to worry about cultivation resources and could do as they pleased. You were used to footwork taught by her mother to walk, so her speed was naturally fast. After walking for a while, she again changed to the footwork taught by her master. Her feet practically didn't step on the ground, only occasionally using the tip of her foot to borrow strength. Her speed was fast and effortless. She thought that the reason why Master wanted them to walk back by themselves was probably because he wanted them to practice their footwork. Chapter 47:26. "Hey, little girl, wait for us." A rogue cultivator waved his hand towards her and said with a smile, "This road is also not short. Let's chat." "Little girl, where did you come from? Your footwork is very exquisite. I wonder who your master is?" Another rogue cultivator asked in amazement. His gaze was fixed on her changing footwork, and he unexpectedly discovered that this little girl's speed was too fast, and he was unable to see through how her footwork changed. This little girl is not simple, ah. The few of us almost misjudged you. Tell us about it. Who is your master? What's the name of your footwork? You looked at them with a smile, and her expression had a trace of craftiness as she said, I'm not telling you. While speaking, her speed increased by a lot, and in the blink of an eye, she pulled a large distance away from them. Moreover, she turned her head and made a face at them, which made them stare blankly for a moment, and like a wisp of smoke, she swept forward. Her speed was so fast that it was almost comparable to flying on a sword. TSK, this footwork is really exquisite. I don't even dare to guarantee that if we compete in footwork, whether we can catch up with her or not. A rogue cultivator said, and a trace of light flashed through his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. I really want to see where this little girl came from. Who is her master? She's so powerful at such a young age. As soon as his voice fell, he raised his chi, and at the same time, with a flick of his sleeve, he recalled his mount into the space, and then quickly chased after the little figure in front of him. It seems that Shinshichi is serious. Never mind, since we have nothing to do, let's also join the fun and see. Another person said with a smile, and also recalled his contracted beast, and then raised his chi and chased after the little girl. In terms of footwork, they naturally weren't as exquisite as that little girl, but their cultivation was higher than her, and in terms of speed, they still had the upper hand. Not long after, several people caught up with the little girl's footsteps, but didn't overtake her, and just followed beside her, carefully sizing her up. After sizing her up, a trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to her, and only knew that this little girl's appearance was delicate and pretty. But now that they carefully sized her up, they discovered that her appearance had been tampered with. Someone should have used a technique to cover her original appearance, and now this delicate and pretty little face might not be her real appearance. Several people were surprised in their hearts. It seemed that this little girl had some background and was also very mysterious. One must know that ordinary people wouldn't use a secret technique to cover their appearance, and moreover, the strength of the person who used this technique was also not simple, so ordinary people really couldn't see through her appearance, and this appearance wasn't her original appearance. Being caught up by several people, Yu-Er's little face couldn't help wrinkling and somewhat powerlessly and somewhat helplessly glared at them. Their strength was far stronger than her, so their speed definitely wouldn't be slower than her, but did these people have nothing to do after eating their fill? Why did they keep following her? Little girl, come and talk. Ha ha ha. Little girl, what's your name? Ah, you all take a look. This little girl has a bitter little face and a helpless look. How interesting is that? Another person grinned, and looking at that tender little face, he had a kind of impulse to stretch out his hand and poke it. Chapter 47:27. Why aren't you walking? Are you tired and want to rest? One of the men said with a smile and also stopped. Why are you all following me? You frowned and said. Then she walked to the grass on the roadside and sat down. Then she took out a steam bun from her space and ate it. Since she consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was easy for her to get hungry, especially when she was still so small. Seeing her eating steam bun, several people couldn't help but smile. Then they said, we are idle cultivators. Usually we travel all over the place and also don't have anything to do. But since we met you, such an interesting little girl, we decided to travel together with you, so that you won't be bored all the way. Hearing this, Yu-Er continued eating steamed bun and didn't answer. She only looked at them with her pair of beautiful big eyes. Little girl, what is your name? It shouldn't be a problem for you to tell us, right? One of them asked with a smile. After Yu-Er swallowed the steamed bun, she slowly said, originally, it doesn't matter if I tell you my name, but you all don't look like good people. My mother said that when we are outside, if people we don't know ask for our name, we can't tell them. Hearing this, several people were startled for a moment. Then they looked at each other with strange expression. Do we look like bad people? Bad people don't write their name on their face. Yu continued to speak. Then she glanced at them and said, "Moreover, you all have been following me. It is very suspicious. You all shouldn't be kidnapping and selling children, right?" While speaking, her small face also showed a touch of fear. "Ha ha 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 ha. You little girl are really interesting." That man called Shinshichi raised his head and laughed. He looked very happy and said with interest, "You don't need to worry. We are really not bad people. My surname is Shun, and I am the 17th child in my family. So my friends outside all call me Shinshichi." "Little girl, what about you?" "Shichi?" Yu blinked her eyes and said, "I used to have a bodyguard. He was also called Shichi." "Oh, it seems we are quite fated." He laughed. Then looking at her, he continued to ask, "Then what about you? What is your name? It shouldn't be a problem for you to tell us your name, right?" Yu stared at them. Finally, after thinking for a bit, she said, "My name is Yin Chi. My master named me." "Yin Chi? Ha ha ha, you see what I said? Didn't I say we were fated? I'm 17 and you're little 7. He chuckled and looked at her. With a friendly and familiar look, he continued to ask, "Little 7, what is your master's name?" Yu glanced at him, then stuffing a steamed bun into her mouth, she shook her head and said, "My master's name can't be casually spoken. It will scare people to death." Want to inquire about her master's name? She wasn't going to tell them. When they heard this, they looked at each other and laughed. One of them said, "It's okay. We're very brave. We won't be scared easily. Who knows, we might even know your master." Yu continued to eat steamed buns, and, after eating several in a row, seeing there were still few left, she put them away. Then standing up, she looked at them and said with a beaming smile, "I am not a 3-year-old child. I said I won't tell you, so I won't tell you. Even if you coax me, it's useless." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed a few meters away. She made a face at them with a sly smile on her small face. "I'm leaving. You guys can rest here for a while." Chapter 47:28. When they saw the little girl dashing off into the distance, they raised the spiritual power in their bodies and wanted to chase after her. However, they felt dizzy and even their bodies swayed for a moment. This is the lowest level soft muscle powder. One of them opened his eyes wide, as if he didn't dare to believe that little girl actually took advantage of them not paying attention to use medicine. The complexion of another person turned black. Then sitting down cross-legged and regulating his chi, he said, "How could it be the lowest level soft muscle powder? That kind of medicine basically doesn't have the slightest bit of effect on us cultivators. This medicine is improved by Jing Qi." Others also sat down cross-legged, and Shinshichi sighed, "Truly careless, ah? When did that little girl take action? Unexpectedly, none of us sensed it. What are you still talking about? Quickly force out the medicine, then chase after that little girl and properly deal with her." Another person said, then closing his eyes and regulating his chi, he forced out the medicine from his body. With their cultivation, they could force out the medicine from their body in less than half in Sense-Stick's time. As long as they recovered, catching up with that little girl was only a matter of time. Originally, they were just idle and bored, and wanted to tease her to play. So they curiously followed her and wanted to ask her in the end what kind of clan did she come from. She was actually taught so well, or perhaps who was her master. Because of this, they were curious about her extraordinary footwork at such a young age. And now, this little girl used such a move, so they really want to catch her. And you, who had left first, only after she turned her head and couldn't see those few people, then lightly exhaled and patted her chest. Her strength wasn't as strong as theirs, so she also couldn't outrun them, so she could only think of a way to make them unable to catch up. Merely, the cultivation of those few people seemed to be very powerful, so she didn't dare to take out too powerful medicine, fearing that they would sense it. So she could only use that colorless and odorless medicine to fight for some time to escape. They will definitely catch up. If they catch up, then it will be troublesome. While she was unceasingly moving, she used her footwork to the fastest speed. She stopped when she came to a junction in front of her. There were 2 paths in front of her. One was straight, and the other was left. Originally, she wanted to take the straight path, but if she took the left path, she would have to take a detour. If she took the left path, she would have to take another detour in order to return to Cloud Sky Mountain. Thus, she would have to spend more time on the journey. She bit her lip and looked at the two paths in front of her. Finally, she gritted her teeth and chose one of them. When a few people behind him caught up, they stopped at the intersection of the three forks. There are two paths here. Which one will the little girl take? One of them asked. It should be straight, right? The road on the left is the way back. That little girl probably won't go back, so I think she should go straight ahead. One of them said and pointed to the road in that direction. You're right, but this little girl is a little mischievous and scheming. She really can't be treated as an ordinary child. You think she'll leave, but who knows, she might do the opposite? Shinshichi said as he stroked his chin and pondered. Chapter 47:29. There are footprints on the ground. That little girl should have stopped here before. One of them noticed the footprints on the ground and laughed. Look, these footprints are towards the left road. It seems that this little girl really ran back. Ha 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 ha. She is smart. She really is a child. She didn't even erase her footprints and left a trace for us. Let's go. Let's catch up with this little girl. It's been a long time since I met such a fun little girl. Shinshichi laughed and chased towards the left road. At this moment, Yu was indeed on the left side of this road. Merely, she wasn't running wildly on this road, rather found a concealed place to hide her aura, and at the same time, she was watching in the dark to see whether those few people had chased after her from this road or not. After a while, when she saw those people talking and laughing as they ran along the mountain path and chased after the road, her eyes couldn't help but overflow with a smile. Her face was like a little fox's sneaky smile. She quietly lay on the ground and didn't move. Instead, she waited for those people's figures to disappear from her sight. Then she quickly got up and turned back. Returning to the three-pronged road, she went straight. She wanted to be the first one to return to the mountain before her two brothers. Naturally, she couldn't choose a road that was too time-consuming, so she could only deceive them and then turn back. As long as she passed through this road and reached the small town in front, the main road would be separated. Then, it would be difficult for them to catch up with her. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace, because if they chased for a long distance and didn't see her, perhaps they would react. On this side, Yuer's little heart was beating fast. She was nervous and excited as she ran for her life. On the other side, after Mu Chun came out of the forest, he also walked along the mountain road. Relatively speaking, he didn't meet anyone during this time and didn't encounter any troublesome matters. Plus, he was usually a person of few words. So, he didn't feel anything when he didn't speak for 10 days to half a month. Their master threw them here. Even if they came out of the forest, the three of them would take different paths back. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like meeting each other on the road. Along the way, he used the footwork that his mother had taught him. After passing through a section of the road where there was no one, he saw people one after another. Some of them were rogue cultivators. They traveled by flying swords, riding on contracted beasts, or riding on flying devices. There were even some who were sitting in spirit beast carriages with some guards and servants around them. It seemed like they were from a large family. The sky darkened, and the people of the spirit beast caravan stopped to rest. He also rested not far from them. At the very least, he wouldn't encounter any danger if he followed the spirit beast carriages. In the spirit beast carriage that had stopped to rest, a pair of slender, jade-like hands lifted the curtain. A beautiful woman dressed as a married woman looked at the gradually darkening sky outside. Just as she was about to put down the curtain, she caught a glimpse of a small figure behind the spirit beast. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She leaned close to the window and looked back. When she saw that it was only a small child, she couldn't help but be startled. Take this pastry to the child. The beautiful woman's gentle voice rang out. At the same time, she handed a plate of exquisite pastries to the maidservant beside her. Chapter 47:30. Mu Chan sat by the roadside and took out a spiritual fruit to eat. A girl in a green dress came over. Child, this is for my madam. The girl squatted down with a smile on her pretty face. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? As she spoke, she handed him a pastry. Here, eat this. Mu Chan glanced at the pastry in her hand and said, No need. It's okay, my madam is kind. Take it. The girl looked at him and asked, Do you have anything to put it in? Seeing the little boy frowning and looking at her expressionlessly, she thought for a while and said, How about this? I'll leave the plate here. Anyway, it's dark today and they'll definitely leave tomorrow. I'll come back later to get the plate. Then, without waiting for to respond, she placed the plate of pastries in front of him and left. Mu-chan glanced at the plate of pastries but did not touch it. Instead, he ate his spiritual fruit and closed his eyes to rest. In the carriage. Madam, the child seems to be alone. There are no adults around him. I gave him the pastries, but he said he didn't need them, so I left the plate there and will collect it later. The maidservant said softly and came to her side to prepare tea and serve her. Hearing this, the madam lifted the curtain and took a look. Such a young child, the adults are really not worried. Madam, I think this child is very smart. He knows to stay by our side. This way, at least he won't encounter any other problems. The maidservant smiled and poured her a cup of tea. She asked, Madam, it's not completely dark yet. Do you want to get off the carriage for a walk? All right, we've been sitting here all day, the madam said and got off the carriage with the help of the maidservant. She walked around for a while and came to the little boy's side. Looking at the little boy sitting on the grass with his eyes closed and resting, she couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Are you tired? Let's rest in my spirit beast carriage. Looking at this child who was only about 5 years old, her eyes were filled with pity. You're so young. If you sleep here at night, you'll get sick easily. There's only me and a maidservant in the spirit beast carriage. You can sleep in my carriage for the night. Mu-chan opened his eyes to look at her. Seeing her gentle expression and gentle gaze looking at him, he inexplicably thought of his mother. Perhaps because of this, his rejection softened a little and was not as stiff as before. I'll rest here. Seeing this, the madam smiled and said to the maidservant beside her, Ask the guards to prepare a small tent. Yes, the maidservant replied, then left. Not long after, she returned with a small tent. This is for you. Since you don't want to rest in my spirit beast carriage, you can rest in the small tent so that you won't catch a cold at night. She smiled gently and said, Our team is going to Hong City. If you're going the same way, you can follow us. At least it's safer. Looking at the small tent, Mu-chan did not refuse. He stood up and bowed to her. Thank you. The madam saw this and couldn't help but smile. You're welcome. Then, she turned back to rest in the carriage. Chapter 4731. Although he was young, he had experienced a lot, especially after staying in the forest for more than 10 days. He knew how dangerous it was outside at night. Thus, even if he wanted to sleep at night, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Tonight it was quiet outside. Not even the sound of insects could be heard in the air. Something was not right. He quietly exited the small tent. As soon as he exited the tent, he smelled a faint scent in the air. He frowned and used the moonlight to scan the surroundings. He saw that the people of the caravan, other than the 4 who were on night watch, were all sleeping soundly. The few who were on night watch were walking around and yawning from time to time, looking listless. Something's not right. Mu-chan's little face tensed up. Even if he was not an expert in medicine, he knew that the faint scent in the air was not right. He looked at the spirit beast carriage parked by the side of the mountain road. Without thinking, he knew that someone was trying to kill the madam. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a guard who was sleeping by the bonfire secretly throw something into the fire. As he threw something into the fire, the smell in the air seemed to become thicker. Seeing this, Mu-chan's heart sank. It seems that this is a collaboration between the inside and the outside to kill the madam. Not only was there a problem with this guard, there should be an assassin lying in ambush not far away. Otherwise, it would be impossible to not hear the sound of insects in the trees and bushes along the mountain road. It was reasonable to say that he should quietly avoid this kind of thing, so as to avoid getting into trouble. But when he thought of this madam's action of giving him pastries in a small tent, as well as her gentle gaze that was somewhat like his mother's, he actually could not harden his heart to leave and watch her die. At once, he stealthily made his way to the spirit beast carriage under the cover of the night. Just as he was about to make his way to the spirit beast carriage, The people patrolling outside suddenly collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a secret signal flew into the night sky with a whoosh. "Go quickly. Someone wants to kill you." Mu-chun quickly got into the spirit beast carriage. Fortunately, the windows and doors were closed, so the medicine outside could not seep in. The master and servant inside also woke up when he came in. The servant girl was startled. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, only to see more than a dozen men in black rushing out. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Madam, go quickly. There's a killer." The madam was also stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect it, but there was no panic on her face. Instead, she showed a gentle smile and smiled at Mu-chun. "Thank you, but don't worry, it's okay," she said softly as she straightened her clothes and got off the carriage. At the same time, she said to Mu-chun and the maidservant, "Don't come down, just stay in the carriage." Mu-chun was stunned for a moment. Seeing that she was calm and not panicking, he inexplicably calmed down. However, he didn't stay in the spirit beast carriage. Instead, he got off the carriage and stood beside it. "Madam, wait for me. I'll go down too," the maidservant said as she followed. However, not long after she got off the spirit beast carriage, she fainted because of the smell in the air. Mu-chun glanced at the maidservant and then at the madam. His heart finally settled down. "It's the smell of the Tendon spirit flower. It seems like you've prepared for it," the madam said softly. Her gaze swept over the unconscious guard, as well as the mole and the dozen or so black-clothed men who had appeared. Chapter 4732. The young lady looked up at the man and asked, "Who sent you to kill me?" "Huh, go to hell and ask," the leader sneered. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen men in black rushed towards the lady. As the murderous aura surged from their bodies, a powerful pressure also spread in the air. The fierce murderous aura was very bloodthirsty, whistling through the surroundings like sharp knives. "Move aside," the lady said to Mu-chun, and in the next moment, a spinning crescent moon appeared in her hand. When the crescent moon appeared in her hand, the leader's eyes narrowed. "Seven-star crescent moonblade. You Chiyu," the leader exclaimed in shock, fear in his eyes. Mu-chun listened to the man in black's words and couldn't help but glance at the madam. He saw that the aura on her body had undergone a great change when the crescent moon blade appeared in her hand. The gentleness on her face had faded away, leaving only a murderous aura. The crescent moon blade in her hand flew out, and with a spin, it cut the throats of several men in black. The men in black didn't even have time to dodge before their bodies stiffened and fell to the ground. Her attack speed was extremely fast, and the spinning crescent moon blade was definitely aimed at the opponent's fatal point. It was almost a clean kill with a single slash. In the blink of an eye, half of the black-clothed men had died. The remaining few did not dare to attack again. Instead, they retreated, thinking of retreating. However, whether they could safely retreat and survive, even they themselves did not know. There was no other reason. The owner of the seven-star crescent moonblade, Chiyu, had been famous for many years but was rarely seen. Everyone who had seen him was dead, so no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. Was he old or young? When they accepted this mission, they thought they were only going to kill a noble lady. Who would have thought that was the owner of the seven-star crescent moonblade, Chiyu? With Chiyu's strength, not to mention them, even their leader might not be able to kill him. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This time they were really screwed. Right now, forget about killing him, they just wanted to go back alive. Want to leave? Don't you know that everyone who has seen my seven-star crescent moonblade is already dead? She revealed an inexplicable smile as she watched them retreat. With a twist of her hand, the crescent moon blade spun and flew out. At the same time, she flew towards the leader of the group. Mu-chun's eyelids twitched at her words, but he remained standing still. He watched her use her absolute strength to easily kill the dozen or so black-robed men and the traitorous guard. Only the leader was left alive. Mu-chun grabbed his chin and crippled his cultivation. Then, she reached out a finger and gently touched the man's forehead. Soul Search. When he saw this scene, the first thing that appeared in his mind was Soul Search. Soul search allowed one to know everything in the mind of the person whose soul was being soul searched. However, this method was rather extreme, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't use it rashly. Because after using soul search, one's divine sense would be damaged to the point of becoming an idiot, while one's divine sense would be damaged to the point of death. Chapter 47:33. After a while, the last black-clothed man was also killed. The madam put away the 7-star crescent moon blade in her hand and raised her hand to brush her dress. When she saw that her dress was not stained with blood, she revealed a satisfied smile. She turned and walked back to Mu Chen's side. Looking at him, she whispered, "Are you scared? Don't be afraid, I don't kill often." Hearing this, Mu Chen's tense face twitched imperceptibly. Don't kill often? Would he believe it? Even a ghost would not believe it. Tonight is a good night, and since we have nothing to do, why don't we have a chat? The madam smiled and looked up at the night sky. Mu Chen raised his head to take a look. In the sky, dark clouds covered half the sky, and a few stars twinkled in the dark. To be honest, it was not a good night. Moreover, there was a ground full of corpses. Didn't you say that those who have seen your blade are all dead? Why didn't you kill me? Mu Chen asked, looking at the madam who slowly walked to sit outside the spirit beast carriage. You won't tell anyone. Also, I said that I don't kill often. She smiled and looked at him. You haven't told me your name. Seeing that he only looked at her without saying anything, and was obviously guarded against her, she showed a gentle smile and said, My name is Qian Mo Yu. My husband is the second son of the Shao family, Shao Jinling. I also have another identity, the owner of the 7-star crescent blade, Yu. My husband doesn't know about this identity, but I didn't expect a child like you to know. She smiled and looked at Mu Chen. You're not simple either, right? To have such courage and wisdom at such a young age, you must be from a famous family. Also, your little face is covered by a very powerful concealment technique. It is very mysterious. I've told you all this. Shouldn't you tell me your name? She looked at Mu Chen and waited for him to speak. Hearing this, Mu Chen looked at her and thought for a moment, then said, My name is Yun Yuan. That's it. Yes, that's it. Mu Chen nodded and said. Seeing this, she smiled and said, All right. Since you don't want to say more, I won't ask. However, if we're going the same way, why don't you come to my carriage and accompany me? After all, the journey is still far. She chuckled and said, If you have time, why don't you come with me to the Shao clan to play for a few days? No need, Mu Chen said. We're on different paths. All right, then you come with me to the carriage to sleep for a while. We'll make plans tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she brought the unconscious maidservant back to the carriage and let Mu Chen in. Are we just going to leave the corpses there? And they're still unconscious. Don't we need to care about them? Mu Chen asked. Just leave it there. We'll deal with it when they wake up tomorrow. She smiled and said, In their eyes, I'm only the wife of the Shao family's second master and not some powerful figure. If I were to deal with them or wake them up, it would be even more troublesome to explain later. So be it. If they wake up tomorrow and ask, just say that we're also unconscious and don't know anything. Hearing this, Mu Chen nodded and responded, Okay. Chapter 47:34. He sat in the spirit beast carriage and listened to the madam talking to the guards outside. She was talking about an attack by men in black in the middle of the night. She got out of the carriage to investigate, only to find out that a mysterious master had appeared and saved them. However, she somehow fell asleep and did not know what happened after that. Perhaps it was because they didn't lose anything and the assassins in black were all dead. Therefore, after the guards dealt with the corpses on the ground, they prepared to continue their journey. Mu Chen alighted from the carriage and saluted the madam. Thank you for taking care of me, but I have to go now. I can't travel with you. Seeing this, the madam only looked at him and said, Then be careful on the road. We will meet again in the future. Mu Chen replied and glanced at her. Then, he quickly left the place alone. Seeing the child leave, the maid could not help but say, Madam, this child's footwork looks very exquisite and his speed is also very fast. I think it will be difficult for us to catch up with him. That child is not a simple character to begin with. The madam smiled happily. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting child on this trip. It's a pity that the time we spent together was too short. Perhaps you will meet him again in the future. The maid smiled and said, Madam, you should sleep for a while more. I will wake you up when we reach the next rest stop. The madam responded and rested in the spirit beast carriage. The carriages moved forward slowly. Because of last night's incident, everyone was 120% alert today and did not dare to slack or relax a few days later. However, who was in the forest, finally collected all the crystal cores. After he sent the news to his younger siblings, he went to find the way out of the forest. However, when he was about to leave the forest, he was stopped by a group of mercenaries. Boy, you must have collected a lot of crystal cores these days, right? Hand them over obediently and call us Grandpa, and we will let you pass. A man with a large saber on his shoulder revealed a greedy look. He stared at Hao-Er with a sinister gaze. Hao-Er stopped in his tracks. There was no expression on his cold little face, not even the slightest bit of fear. He turned slightly to the side and glanced at the Sky Sunsect team that had been following him. When he saw that they were hiding behind the trees and didn't seem like they were going to reveal themselves, his heart trembled slightly and his mind began to spin rapidly. Behind them, the hidden group watched the scene unfold. Some of the disciples' expressions changed slightly, as if they couldn't bear to see it happen. However, most of them were waiting to watch a good show. Elder, are we really not going to help? He's so young. He definitely won't be able to defeat that mercenary team. Those crystal cores were obtained by killing fierce beasts. These mercenaries even want to pick up a child's crystal core. It's really too much. A young girl said in a low voice, her eyes filled with anger and injustice. The elder stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. His voice was neither fast nor slow as he said, What's there to help? Have you forgotten how perverted this kid is? Most of the ferocious beasts in the forest were hunted by him. What does it have to do with us if those people are looking for trouble with him? You must know that he is not a disciple of our sect. Naturally, he is not protected by our sect. Chapter 4735. The world was big, and the strong preyed on the weak. This was an unchanging principle. This was not the first time such robberies had happened, and it was not the first time they had seen it. However, when they saw this scene, they still felt an indescribable sense of anxiety. After all, in her opinion, no matter how skilled the child was, he would not be a match for those people. However, as the elder said, he was not a disciple of their sect, so naturally, he would not be protected by their sect. However, if he is willing to take out half of the crystal cores, we can help him. The elder narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing this, the young girl was stunned. She immediately walked forward and shouted, Hey, child, our elder said that if you take out half of the crystal cores as a reward, he can protect you and leave safely. What nonsense are you talking about? The elder glared at the young girl in embarrassment and said, Come back. Don't meddle in other people's business. It was true that he wanted the crystal core, but this crystal core couldn't be taken just like that. Otherwise, if he took this child's crystal core today, his reputation would naturally be damaged tomorrow. Moreover, he didn't know which sect this child belonged to, so why would he be so free to meddle in other people's business? How? Her glanced back and did not say a word. He only held the dagger in his hand and looked at the 20 to 30 mercenaries in front of him. Come over if you want to die. Ha 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 ha. How arrogant. When a mercenary saw this, they could not help but raise their heads and laugh loudly. When one of them saw this, he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. He looked at the small Hauer with disdain and said, I think you are the one who is tired of living, right? Even if you're good at killing ferocious beasts, you want to fight with us? You are still too inexperienced. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a big step forward and grabbed Hauer with his big hand. Let me see how much you are worth. Hauer stared at his movements. When he saw the big hand grabbing towards his lapel, a cold look flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, his figure moved in an instant and the dagger in his hand slashed upwards. Sharp cold light refracted out, and a swift and fierce chi blade accompanied by the mercenary's blood-curdling screams resounded. Ah, my hand! The mercenary staggered back, one hand clutching his bleeding wrist. His other hand was still twitching slightly. The smell of blood permeated the air, and the mercenaries who smelled the blood and saw the scene were all filled with murderous intent. The leader of the mercenaries stared at Hao and said coldly, "I've already told you that this brat has some skills. Don't underestimate him," but you didn't listen. Those mercenaries stared at Hao, and the more they looked, the angrier they became. Who would have thought that such a brat would have such skills? The two of you go up. Be careful. I don't believe that we need so many people to deal with a little brat. Yes. The two mercenaries who were signaled to step forward responded with an excited look on their faces. They stared at Hao for a while and said with a creepy voice, "This child's skin and flesh should be tender. I wonder if we can directly tear off his hands and feet if we tear him apart. He's just a little brat. What can he do? Watch me. I'll capture him within 3 moves." Chapter 47:36. Seeing this, Hao's eyes flashed. These mercenaries were not weak, and he only managed to kill them when they were unprepared. Once they were on their guard, there was no chance for him to strike again. Since he could not win, he could only run. Thus, when he saw Fong Ming's palm strike and hidden weapon coming at him, he immediately dodged. His figure quickly dashed 10 meters away. His figure paused as he swept a glance at the mercenaries and the Sky Sun sect members who were watching the show. In the next moment, he changed his original direction of leaving the forest and quickly dashed into the depths of the forest. Chase! Seeing this, the mercenaries immediately shouted and quickly chased after him. After they left, the people from the Sky Sun sect also walked out. The elder and the middle-aged man saw this scene and shook their heads slightly. It's a pity that this child won't survive. These mercenaries were people who carried out missions in the forest all year round. They were skilled and used to fighting in the forest. No matter how smart the child was, it would be difficult for him to survive under their hands. Let's go. The elder turned around and led the disciples in another direction. Some of the disciples looked back with pity in their eyes. However, they did not say anything and just quietly followed the elder. On the other side, Hao led them into the depths of the forest. He swept in front, his small figure shuttling through the forest like a shadow that could not be caught. This little bastard runs really fast. When I catch him, I'll skin him alive. A mercenary cursed as his agile figure quickly swept through the forest. There were people who lived in the forest. In a forest like this where they avoided the trees, their speed was considered extremely fast. Now, they were left behind by the little brat, which was really infuriating. This kid seems to be leading us in. What is he trying to do? The leader of the mercenaries said doubtfully, feeling that something was not right. What can he do? He's just a little brat. What can he do? Another person said disapprovingly. Hearing this, the leader of the mercenaries suppressed the doubts in his heart. Indeed, he was just a little brat. Moreover, there were no strong people secretly guarding him. If they killed him, then so be it. What could happen? It was probably just him overthinking things. What could a 10-year-old kid do? Even if he could really pull some tricks and lure them into the forest, he would only have a dead end. Thus, everyone sped up and continued to chase. They all knew that this brat had many treasures on him. Now that they had set their eyes on him, they naturally couldn't let him leave. However, right at this moment, they saw the little ghost that had been moving forward suddenly stop. Moreover, it was facing them as if it was waiting for them to come closer. Ha 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 ha! Brat, can't you run anymore? A mercenary laughed and stared at the child in front of him, revealing a bloodthirsty and cruel sneer. You want to run? Didn't he want to escape? Try running again. Escape? Who said I was going to run away? Hao said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I just don't want you to have a chance to escape. Chapter 47:37. Hao looked at them and opened his mouth slightly. He called out coldly, "Silver Wolf." As soon as his voice fell, a ray of light shot out from his body, and a majestic silver wolf leaped and appeared in front of the mercenaries. A wolf, with a howl of a wolf, the oppressive aura from its body spread out, instantly enveloping the entire area. Once the powerful and frightening aura of a sacred beast spread out, Even those mercenaries who possessed decent strength turned pale at this moment. Their entire bodies stiffened involuntarily, and some of the weaker ones even lost control of their legs and knelt down on the ground. Sacred, sacred beast. They widened their eyes in shock and looked incredulously at the sacred beast that appeared in front of them. At this moment, they finally understood why this brat had lured them here. It turned out that it was to summon a sacred beast to kill them. Whoosh! Ow! Took advantage of their moment of shock. Taking advantage of the silver wolf's oppressive aura, a long sword appeared in his hand. The biting cold sword aura followed his figure and attacked. His small figure was like an Azura, reaping their lives. The Sky Sun Sect Elder and the rest who were heading in another direction could not help but stop and look back when the wolf howl sounded. "Elder, what's wrong?" the middle-aged man asked. "Didn't you hear it?" The elder frowned and looked at him. The middle-aged man smiled embarrassedly. "I heard it. It's just a wolf howl. Moreover, it should be very far away from us." "No, this wolf howl is a little different. Moreover, we've already passed through this area. There shouldn't be any more ferocious beasts." The elder pondered. No one knew what he had thought of, but his expression changed. He immediately said, "Let's go. Let's go back and take a look." With that, he had already rushed out and returned. The people behind him did not know what had happened. They looked at each other and quickly followed. On the other side, Howare wiped the blood off his sword and kept it. He then went forward and took all the valuable items from the mercenaries on the ground. He let the silver wolf pile the corpses together. Finally, he took out the corpse, dissolving water from the space, and sprinkled it on the corpses. Seeing the corpses on the ground turn into a pool of blood and seep into the ground, the silver wolf's voice was heard. "Someone is coming, and there are quite a few of them." "You go back first," Howard said. He let it go back to the space first, then put away the things and left quickly. As a sacred beast, the silver wolf's howl was naturally extraordinary. The disciples of the Sky Sun sect might not be able to distinguish it, but the old man might not be able to. In order to avoid trouble, he even cleaned up the corpses on the ground. Not long after he left, the elder of the Sky Sun sect arrived first. However, when he arrived, he only saw some marks on the ground and the smell of blood that had yet to dissipate in the air. "Elder, what do you think? Did you find anything?" The middle-aged man hurried over with his disciples. He looked left and right, but there was nothing around. The elder stared at the ground thoughtfully. He stroked his beard and said, "Someone must have died here, but the corpse has been disposed of." Chapter 4738. The elder was silent as he looked around, but could not figure out anything. In the end, he said, "Let's go." Then, he turned around and left with his men. Only he knew that there was a question in his heart that had not been solved 2 days later. In a town, a few rogue cultivators were resting in a tea house. One of them sighed, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The few of us actually fell into the hands of a little girl one day. Isn't that so? That little girl is too cunning. She's such a young girl, and she's obviously so obedient and cute. Why is she so scheming?" Another person chimed in. Whenever he thought of how they fell into the hands of that little girl, he would shake his head and sigh. "I don't feel good that we can't find that little girl. Which family is she from? Cloud 7? Could Cloud be her family surname?" Shun Shichi rubbed his chin and said, Old Shun, you don't have to think about it. That little girl is just like a little fox. I'm guessing that the name she gave us was just a casual lie." Another person patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You tell us. What should we do next? We can't find this person, and we don't know where she went. I guess we won't be able to find her in the future." "Can't find her?" He raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. "Just because we can't find her doesn't mean that others can't find her. Oh, what idea do you have?" The few of them looked at him and asked with interest. "Post a bounty notice. I don't believe that little girl can fly away." He laughed, and his eyes lit up. He looked at the few of them and asked, "What do you think?" "My idea? Posting a bounty notice is good. When the time comes, as long as we see that little girl, we can capture her first. But she's just a little kid. Isn't it too much to use a bounty notice?" One of them asked hesitantly. Hearing that, Shun Shichi glanced at them and laughed. That little fox is just a little fox. If she's really simple and ordinary, would we have fallen in her hands? Would we have let her slip away from under our noses? Moreover, I feel that even if we put out the bounty list, those people might not be able to catch her. That little girl is very smart. At most, it can only buy us some time and let us know where that little girl is. Another person thought for a moment and said, if we want to use the bounty list, I think we could say that we're looking for a little sister who secretly ran away from home. This way, those who make a move on her won't hurt her, and they'll have a sense of propriety. After all, she's a little girl, so they can't go too far. Okay, then let's do it this way. Shinshichi smiled and said, hurry up. After drinking the tea, let's go and do the work. At this time, you still didn't know that these people still hadn't given up and were still thinking of capturing her. At this moment, she was sitting in a corner of the market in another small town. She was eating steaming buns while looking at an old woman who was milking a few goats not far away. Goat milk. Moreover, it was freshly squeezed. As she watched, she couldn't help but lick her lips, revealing a greedy look. After eating the bun, she wiped the corner of her mouth, clapped her hands, and walked forward. Granny, how much is this goat's milk? Chapter 4739. I want a bottle, Ewer said with a smile. Then, she took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the old woman. Okay. Do you want this bottle? Or do you want to see me squeeze another bottle? The old woman asked. I'll take this bottle. She saw her squeezing milk here just now. There shouldn't be any problem. Okay. Then take it. Go back and ask your parents to boil it for you. It'll taste better with a little salt, the old woman suggested. Okay, I know. She had drunk it before. Then, she took the bottle of goat's milk and spent a few gold coins to borrow the kitchen of the restaurant to boil the goat's milk. Then, she drank a bowl of goat's milk and took the rest with her. She walked around the town outside and bought some things. When she was about to continue her journey, she saw a man holding a picture and pasting on a wall. After that man left, she went forward to take a look. Then her eyes widened. She quickly jumped up and tore off the picture when no one was paying attention. Then, she stuffed it into her clothes. Those bastards want to catch me with the bounty board. She wrinkled her nose and lowered her head to look at the dress she was wearing. Her gaze shifted and a sly smile appeared on her small face. In the next moment, she flashed away. At the same time, bounty boards were quickly posted in the surrounding towns. Mu Chun, who had just entered the town, frowned slightly when he saw the picture on the wall. He walked forward and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the colder his expression became. After entering the town, he went to a place to rest. Then, he took out his communication jade to see if his sister had encountered any problems. After a while, he received a message from his communication jade. After hearing that his sister had sent him a message, he was relieved. He only told her to be careful and told her the location of the town where he was now. As expected, the two of them did not take the same path. The town they were in was also very far away. It could be said that it was almost impossible for them to travel together at the same time. Moreover, their master had already made it clear that they should travel back by themselves. When went on the road again, she had changed out of her beautiful dress. Instead, she was wearing a beggar's dress. She used to hear her father talk about her mother's past, so she knew that her mother used to be very naughty. She didn't like beautiful clothes, but she liked to dress up as a beggar and wander around. It was rare to have such an opportunity. She also wanted to learn from her mother and become a little beggar. Moreover, even if those people appeared in front of her, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize her. Shun Shichi and the rest did not expect the little girl to disguise herself as a beggar. At this moment, they were listening to the news that they had seen the little girl they were looking for. Some even said that they had caught her and were waiting for them to go over. However, as they listened to the news coming from all over, they couldn't help but look at each other and say, should we add another rule? Should we teach them a lesson for passing off falsehood as truth? No, it should be that the person who posted the bounty list didn't do a good job. They sent the news without checking. It seems that they didn't care much about this matter. Shinshichi narrowed his eyes and sneered. Maybe he thinks we are ordinary rogue cultivators. Looks like we have to do something to get results faster. Chapter 4740. The next day, Shun Shichi and others appeared in the small town where Yu had stopped before. They walked around the small town and said, "According to the news, that little girl was last seen in this small town. Now it seems she shouldn't be in this town. However, this place is actually easy to find. After leaving this town, there is only one way to go south. Since that is the case, let's go. Going south is that big city. Thinking about it, that little girl ought to be a descendant of that city's clan. The difficulty of finding her should be reduced a bit," another person said with a smile. Then looking at the few people beside him, he also continued to move forward. At this time, perhaps Yu felt that they wouldn't be able to find her, so she slightly slowed down her pace. Until evening, when she saw the sky was about to darken, she also saw a village in front of her. The surroundings of the village were planted with corn, so she thought to go there to rest for a while and conveniently look for some food. But because she was wearing beggar's clothing, before she could even get close, some brats of the village threw stones to drive her away. "Go, go, go, smelly beggar. You're not allowed to come to our village." The children of the village threw stones while scolding and driving away that little beggar. Yu was dazed for a moment. Seeing the stones were thrown towards her, she promptly dodged and retreated while shouting, "Don't throw stones at me! Don't throw stones at me! Little beggar, go away. You're not allowed to come to our village. Quickly go away, otherwise I will bite you." A brat shouted, then unexpectedly turned around and shouted, Big Yellow, quickly come out." Yu looked and saw a big yellow dog running towards her while barking at her. Seeing that big yellow dog running towards her, she didn't think and quickly retreated while shouting, "Control your dog, otherwise I will kill it and eat it. Big Yellow, bite him. Big Yellow, bite him." The devilish brats were shouting and clapping their hands with excitement written all over their faces. Yu turned around and ran. After running for some distance, she saw an old beggar walking towards that village while holding a branch as a crutch. Seeing this, she reminded him, "The children there don't allow beggars to approach, and there's also a big yellow dog that bites people. Old beggar, quickly run." The old beggar looked at her and smiled. "You run first, this old beggar will get some food." Then, he continued to walk forward. Upon seeing this, Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. She first ran towards the mountain path. After running for quite a distance, and seeing that big yellow dog didn't chase after her, she went to the woods beside the mountain path to find a place to rest. "These kids are really bad. They even bully people," she murmured and wiped her sweat with her sleeve. She took out some water from her space to drink and then took out some food from her space. Seeing there were only pastries and meat jerky, she bitterly wrinkled her small face and silently sighed. "I want to eat. Don't want to eat pastries and meat jerky." When all was said and done, she always casually ate pastries and meat jerky on the way, so she stuffed those things back and took out a fruit to eat. Afterwards, she jumped on the tree to sleep. Chapter 4741. So fragrant, ah! Yu sniffed and inhaled that fragrance pervading in the air. Her eyes shone as she followed the fragrance. Under a tree in the grove, an old beggar was drinking wine and cooking meat. In front of him, there was a pot with a missing corner, which was still emitting steam and fragrance. The fire under the pot was also still burning. Clearly, the meat in the pot was still not cooked. Old beggar, when Yu saw that beggar, a trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She trotted forward and sniffed the fragrance beside the pot. Smelling that fragrance, she smiled. "This is the smell. Old beggar, what meat are you cooking? Why is it so fragrant?" She acted as if she was familiar with this place and rubbed against the wood where the old beggar was sitting. Then, stretching her neck, she looked at the still cooking meat under the cover, and just like a greedy cat, she swallowed her saliva. Old beggar glanced at her and said, "We didn't get anything to eat?" "No, they released their dogs to bite me, so I ran away. I didn't even get close to that village." Yu shook her head and said. Then, staring at the fragrant pot, she asked, "Old beggar, can you share some of the meat in this pot with me to eat? I'm also hungry." The old beggar used a branch to poke at the flames. His aged voice was neither fast nor slow, and there was a hint of indifference. "You are a beggar, and I'm also a beggar. Why should I share some food with you? I can give you money." Ewer looked at him with a beaming smile, then took out a gold coin. "I will give you money. You share my food. I won't take advantage of you." Old beggar glanced at her, then stretched out his skinny hand and took that gold coin, then said, "Did you bring a bowl?" "Brought." Ewer answered with a beaming smile. Her voice was loud and clear. Then she took out a bowl from her bosom. Old beggar opened the cover, and a burst of meat fragrance assailed their nostrils. The fragrance spread in all directions, making you even more gluttonous. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and holding the bowl in her hand, she also moved closer. "Hand it over," the old beggar shouted. He scooped a spoonful of meat and poured it into Ewer's bowl. After that, he scooped another spoonful for himself. After that, he covered the lid of the bowl. He used 2 small branches as chopsticks to eat the meat. Ewer had her own chopsticks, so holding that bowl of meat, she sat back and started eating. After a mouthful of meat entered her mouth, rich meat fragrance filled her mouth. Because of the scalding hot meat, she slightly opened her small mouth and exhaled, then once again lowered her head to eat. The old beggar drank the wine and ate the meat. From time to time, he would glance at the little beggar next to him. Seeing that her bowl was empty, he would add a big spoon for her. You ate no less than 3 bowls of meat before stopping. She hugged her stomach and leaned against the big tree while lightly exhaling. With her little face full of satisfaction, she curiously asked, "Old beggar, what kind of meat is this? Why was it so fragrant? I've eaten a lot of meat, but I've never eaten meat stewed like this. It's so fragrant." "This is dog meat." The old beggar sipped his wine and said unhurriedly. Ewer was startled and almost instinctively whispered, "Dog meat? This is dog meat? Where did you get this dog?" Finished speaking, don't know what she thought, but her eyes opened wide in astonishment. Chapter 47-42. Ewer suddenly bitterly said, I just haven't eaten dog meat. I have eaten spirit beast meat, all kinds of spirit beast meat, but I have never eaten dog meat. I didn't know that dog meat actually tasted like this, and while speaking, she couldn't help but lower her head and clench her little hands. "And what?" Old beggar asked. Ewer helplessly sighed like a little adult and said, "It's quite delicious. Moreover, the meat you stewed is really very fragrant." But as long as she thought that she was eating dog meat, she felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. "This is a native dog, stewing at his best." He stretched his waist and said, "Old beggar, I have eaten a lot of dog meat, and this stewing method is something that others can't learn. You are also lucky today, otherwise you won't be able to eat this old beggar's dog meat." Ewer looked inside the pot. There was still some left. It would be a pity to throw it away. So she asked, "Then what about the rest?" "Rest assured, there's no share for you. Old beggar will eat it in the second half of the night," he said, hugging his wine gourd. He leaned against the tree and fell asleep. Early morning of the next day, when Ewer walked out of the mountain path and was preparing to continue forward, she saw old beggar leisurely walking behind her. She stopped and said with a smile, "Old beggar, you are also going to the city? Then we are going in the same direction. Let's go together. We can also chat on the road." She felt that Cloud Sky Mountain was not far away, so her mentality also relaxed and was no longer in a hurry. Old beggar is used to being alone. One more person or one less person doesn't matter, he said, while using a branch as a crutch, walking very slowly. Both of them walked along the same road. Ewer was chattering nonstop all along the way, just like a little bird. The old beggar was only quietly listening to her. Occasionally he would respond, but the whole way was calm and there was nothing wrong. However, at noon, when old beggar sat down to rest and drink water, they saw those few people who were like ghosts, unexpectedly riding their few ostentatious contracted beasts coming towards them. Ewer was so scared that she choked on the water and promptly shrank behind old beggar. When the old beggar saw this, he glanced at those people without leaving a trace. Then he unhurriedly looked away and continued to drink the wine in his hand. That sly girl ran pretty fast. We didn't even see her shadow all the way here. the man riding on the contract beast said as he looked around. When he saw the two beggars, one old and one young, sitting on the mountain path, he didn't stop and looked away. That little girl is very cunning. Perhaps she has already returned to her family. But once we reach that city, even if she hides in her family and doesn't come out, I can still find her. Shinshichi smiled as he spoke. His gaze fell on the two beggars resting by the roadside, one old and one young. He only glanced at them once before retracting his gaze. He did not even think that the young beggar was the little girl they were looking for. After all, from their point of view, that little girl must have an extremely good background and was doted on. Moreover, she was still a little girl, so how could she have any relation with a dirty little beggar? Little beggar, I'll reward you with something to eat. Shinshichi raised his hand, and two flatbread flew out and landed in the bosom of the little beggar. Chapter 47-43. She didn't speak. Merely after receiving the flatbread, she lowered her head and nodded, as if she was expressing her thanks. Old Shun, don't throw your things like this. Be careful not to scare that little beggar. A man behind said. Then looking at that little beggar, he laughed. Hearing this, Shinshichi, who had originally moved his gaze away, again looked back and saw that little beggar had lowered her head. Moreover, she didn't speak, only nodding her head. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and just when he was about to speak, he heard the happy and grateful voice of that old beggar. Many thanks, sirs. My granddaughter is mute and also timid, so I thank sirs on her behalf. Old beggar said. Mute? Er's body stiffened, but she didn't say anything, merely curled up beside the old beggar and kept lowering her head while tightly hugging those two flatbread. Well, it's not a big matter. Oh, that's right. Did you meet a 5-year-old little girl? She was wearing a pink little dress and had a strange and lovable appearance. Shinshichi asked. Yes, that little girl also gave this old man a gold coin. Old beggar said, then took out that gold coin that you had given him last night and spread it out in his palm. Seeing this, the eyes of Shinshichi and others shined. Then looking at each other, they laughed. Like I said, that little girl didn't have any other way to go, so I reckon she wants to return to the city. Old beggar, how long has that little girl walked? Another person asked. This old man met her yesterday. Last night this old man and granddaughter rested in the forest, so I don't know about that little girl. Old beggar said, then shook his head. Let's go. If we speed up a bit, I reckon we can still catch up. Shinshichi said with a smile, then urged his contract beast forward. All of them rode on their beasts, causing dust and sand to fly all over the mountain path. Only until all of them had left and couldn't be seen, Yer raised her head and lightly exhaled. Then she lightly patted her chest with her hand. So dangerous. She gasped for breath. Then looking towards old beggar, she handed over one flatbread to him, then said with a beaming smile, Old beggar, your reaction ability is pretty good. Here. The old beggar glanced at her and said, You can keep it for yourself. As he spoke, he stood up with the stick in one hand and said, Those people are not ordinary rogue cultivators. How did you provoke them? You don't know. Those people are bored out of their minds. They're just looking for something to do. Ewer glared and somewhat helplessly said, I didn't provoke them, but they themselves came to provoke me and kept on following me, annoying me to death, causing me to pretend to be a beggar, but still kept on chasing me. I don't know what they want to do. Then why are you still walking forward? Aren't you afraid of meeting them? The old beggar asked. I have to go forward because I want to go to the city ahead. She laughed and said, They won't recognize me. Didn't they not recognize me just now? But I reckon I can't go together with you. If you're not in a hurry to go to the city, then walk slowly. I still have to rush back. While speaking, her figure flew several meters. Then waving her hand towards him, she said, Old beggar, goodbye. Next time if I can meet you again, I will invite you to eat a big meal. Her voice gradually faded, and her figure gradually went far away. Chapter 47-44. 2 days later, while Shinshichi and the rest were searching for Yer in the city, Yer had already arrived at the foot of Cloud Sky Mountain. Looking at the familiar place, a joyful smile appeared on her small face. With light steps, She dashed up the mountain like a little bird. It was impossible for outsiders to enter the Cloud Sky Mountain. Not only was there an array in the mountain, but there was also a barrier in the area where the Cloud Sky Mountain was located. Outsiders only knew that the Cloud Sky Mountain was in this area, but they could not find the exact location of the Cloud Sky Mountain. Hee, am I the first to come back? You were asked as she walked. When she thought that she might be the first to come back, her face involuntarily revealed a happy smile. Sister. Just then, a voice sounded. She was startled and looked up to see her brother's figure walking out of the forest path. When she saw him, she could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Brother? Why are you here? Mu-chun revealed a smile and said, I arrived before you. I arrived in the morning and saw that you were not back yet. So I came to this mountain path to wait for you. Weren't you still very far away when you sent me a message last time? How come you're back before me? She said in surprise and walked up to his side. Looking disappointed, she sat down on the stone steps of the mountain path and rested her chin on her hands. I thought I was the first to arrive. Mu-chun also sat down beside her and asked, Did your journey back go smoothly? Those people following you didn't make things difficult for you, did they? As he asked, he looked at her beggar outfit and asked curiously, Did you come back dressed as a beggar? I got rid of them. Brother, it turns out that pretending to be a beggar is really fun. Those people kept following me, but after I disguised myself as a beggar, they actually could not recognize me. She said with a smile, The next time I go out, I will dress as a beggar again. Big brother is not back yet. He was delayed by some matters on the way back, so he will probably be back 2 days later. However, he will be back within a month. Mu-chun looked at her and said, When I came back, I reported to Master's cave abode. Since you're here, you should go and tell him that you're back. Okay, I nodded her head. Then standing up, she followed her brother towards the mountain. Arriving in front of the cave, Yer stood in front of the cave and shouted, Master, I have returned. They didn't hear any response. Just when they thought that their master wouldn't come out, they saw the cave's enchantment formation open, and their master slowly walked out from inside. He's back. Emperor Qing glanced at the two of them. When he felt the change in their auras, he nodded to himself. It seemed that they had gained something from this trip. Master, we have returned, but Big Brother arrived first. I arrived just a moment ago. You stepped forward and said, while looking at him with smiling eyes. Looking at his little disciple who was dressed like a beggar, the Qing Emperor rubbed his eyebrows and asked, How many days have you not bathed? Chapter 47-45. All right, quickly go back and take a bath. Emperor Qing waved his hand and motioned for the two to retreat. You two cultivate by yourselves these days. Wait for your eldest senior brother to return and then come see me together. Yes, the two of them replied. Then they bowed and retreated. On the way back to their cave residence, Yu told her brother about the things she encountered outside these days, as well as how she hunted those crystal cores. Brother, what fun things did you encounter outside? Yu asked curiously. Hearing this, Mu-chen's expression froze. I met a madam. She looked very weak, but in fact, she was very powerful. Meeting her made me understand one thing. Yu blinked and asked curiously, What do you understand? Mu-chen looked at her and said seriously, You can't look at everything on the surface. Moreover, the weaker the woman, the more powerful she may be, and the more likely she is to deceive people. Deceive people? Yu was startled and smiled with a pair of beautiful eyes. Brother, Yu doesn't often deceive people. Yu only occasionally deceives bad people. Mu-chan smiled slightly, and his little face softened a little. He reached out and rubbed her bird nest-like hair. Brother knows that Yu has always been very obedient and smart. Brother, I'll go back first to take a bath and change my clothes. I bought a lot of delicious food on my way back. Let's eat under the tree in a while. Yu said and waved at him and went back to her cave residence. On the other side, Hao-er's situation was unceasing. In a small town's alley, he saw a drug dealer selling some rare and unknown seeds on the ground. He squatted down to pick some and prepared to go back and give them to Yu. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to stand up after paying the bill, he was suddenly knocked down by a stick. He didn't even have time to react before he fainted. The moment before he fainted, his heart was filled with deep regret and self-blame. He was careless and thought that nothing would happen in such a place. But he didn't expect that because of his carelessness and relaxation, he would fall into danger. When he woke up, he was already locked in a small dark room. He couldn't see anything in the dark room, but he could hear the sound of chaotic breathing and suppressed sobbing. He tried his best to lean against the corner as he checked if the things on him were still there. When he discovered that his Chinquin bag had been taken away, but his space ring was still there, he calmed down a little. Most of his things, as long as they were valuable and useful things, were stored inside his interspatial ring. And his interspatial ring was not an ordinary interspatial ring. Among the three siblings, only Yu had an interspatial bracelet, while he and Mu Chinha had an interspatial ring. Because after the upgrade, all three of their interspatial rings had a hidden function. As for the things in the Chinquin bag, other than some daily food and some gold coins, there was nothing valuable in it. He was not worried that they would take it away. However, where was this place? Who was it that captured him? What were they trying to do? These questions revolved in his mind one after another. Although he was anxious in his heart, he gradually calmed down as he had encountered many things in his life. Chapter 47-46. Woo-woo, we don't know why we're here. I was knocked out as I was walking. When I woke up, we were already here. Woo-woo-woo. I want to go home. I want to go home. Woo-woo. I want to go home too. I'm so scared. Mother, I'm so scared. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo. When one child started crying, the other children started crying as well. In an instant, the originally dark little house became even more chaotic. Listen carefully and realize that there are not only boys crying, but also little girls crying. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that we've encountered human traffickers? However, in the following period of time, he realized that he was wrong. As he did not dare to release his cultivation and startle those people, he could only wait. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted for a few days. The children locked in this little dark house were about 6 or 7 to 10 years old. There were about 30 of them. Ever since they were captured, they had not seen the light of day and had been in the dark. No one came to pay attention to them, and no one brought them food. There was not even a sip of water. At first, everyone would shout that they wanted to go home and call for their mothers. However, as a few days passed, they were so hungry that they had no strength. In a situation where they were thirsty and hungry, the children did not even want to move. Or had been sitting in the corner. As he did not know if there were strong people watching them, he did not dare to act rashly. However, he secretly adjusted his breathing and also calculated the time when he was captured. After about 3 days, the door of the little dark house that had been closed finally opened from the outside. "Come out, it's time to eat." Someone shouted outside. When the children heard this, they gritted their teeth and stood up. They supported themselves against the wall and walked out. When they arrived outside, they saw that it was an even larger prison cell. Small dark cells like theirs were arranged in a circle around it. Children walked out of each cell, but the expressions and situations of the children who walked out of the different small dark cells were somewhat different. Because the surrounding light was not very bright, but it was not dark either. It was not so dazzling for these people who were used to the darkness for a few days. Therefore, he saw that some of the children who walked out of the little dark houses had a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. They were clearly young children, but each of them was like a small beast, guarding against people and constantly on guard. After they came out of the little dark house, they quickly rushed to a plate with a dozen steamed buns in front of them. They snatched the steamed buns to eat. For a moment, they were pushing, hitting, biting, and shouting. It was a mess. He could not help but be shocked. Because every little dark house was separated in this big prison cell. Just as he was in a daze, he saw that the dozen or so steamed buns in front of him had already been snatched up. Some were stuffing the buns into their mouths, some were still fighting over them, and some were crying and shouting, "Give me, give me, give me a bite." Chapter 47-47. At this moment, a man walked out from the middle area. He was holding a plate with a lid on it. He walked to the side of a pillar that was half the height of a person in the middle area. He placed the plate on the pillar and opened the lid, revealing the contents of the plate. A roasted chicken. A roasted chicken that was juicy and shiny, exuding a tempting aroma. This was a rare delicacy for these children who had been starving for days. It was food that made their eyes light up, and they wanted to snatch it at all costs. It's still the same old rules. The winner can eat this roasted chicken. As the man spoke, he closed the lid under the glowing eyes of the surrounding children. After evoking their appetite and thoughts of snatching it, he did not even let them smell the fragrance of the roasted chicken. Just as that person's voice fell, several of the children in the area of the small black rooms suddenly started fighting. The sound of fists hitting the ground was accompanied by roars and screams. Chaos and noise resounded in the surrounding area. Some of the children in the cages shrank into a ball and retreated, watching with fear in their eyes. There were even a few cages where only one child stood at the front of the area. The children behind seemed to be afraid and did not dare to go forward. Pursed his lips and watched quietly. He watched as the children stomped and tore at each other, using all the methods they thought they could win in the battle. Finally, the metal door in front of each area opened. Only the winning child walked out of each room. Of course, they won in their area, but they still had to fight with the children in the other areas. "Let's begin," the man standing by the pillar said. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 children immediately fell into a chaotic battle. They did not use any special moves in their battles, only fighting methods that they had figured out on their own. However, there were 1 or 2 exceptions. In the end, a short boy who looked to be only 8 or 9 years old defeated the others. However, even though he won, he was covered in bruises and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he walked forward step by step and stopped in front of the man. "The roasted chicken is mine." "Yes, it's yours." The man smiled, patted his head, and handed the roasted chicken to him. A little boy who was gasping for breath looked at the uncovered roast chicken and swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, he charged forward with the intention of snatching the roast chicken. However, at the moment he charged forward, a beam of sword energy instantly struck out and actually slashed him into 2. For a moment, cries of terror rang out along with the panicked voices of the children. Their voices were filled with fear and shock. However, the crowd's cries of terror only rang out for a moment before they quickly quieted down. This was because the children were all covering their mouths with their hands, afraid that they would cry out. They shrank back, but their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at the person on the ground who had been split in half. A moment ago, he was still alive, but in the next moment, he was dead. Moreover, he had died so miserably. Horror clenched his fists and the anger in his heart burned. He gritted his teeth, afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something impulsive. Chapter 47-48. He didn't know how he finished reading all of it. He only knew that, after a while, several masked cultivators in black walked out. They went to each area of the small dark room and selected a few children to take them away. Even the boy who ate the roasted chicken and the few who were defeated by the boy who ate the roasted chicken all left with them. Howard watched from the back as those people left with the children. He took a deep breath and glanced coldly in front of him. Just as he was about to follow the others back to the little dark room, he heard a voice. "You're right. Wait a minute." The man who was originally standing beside the pillar spoke. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Howard. He pointed and said, "You come out." Everyone's gaze followed his finger and looked at Howard. In the dim light, he was an inconspicuous child. However, unlike others, he had a calmness that other children of his age didn't have. So sharp, Howard's heart sank. He knew that his leaking anger and gaze had attracted the man's attention. He suppressed his fluctuating emotions and walked to the front under everyone's gaze. A cultivator quickly rushed forward and opened the metal door of that area. Seeing this, Howard walked out and stepped in front of the man. The man put his hands behind his back and walked unhurriedly around Howard. He carefully sized him up. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. After glancing at the calm and expressionless child, he looked at the cultivator dressed in black and asked, "Did you just arrive?" "Yes, The cultivator replied respectfully. But who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, a wind blade would fly over and cut off one of his arms. His arm flew out and blood splattered all over the ground. That black-clothed man, after letting out an instinctive scream just now, quickly stopped his voice and trembled as he knelt down. "Do you know why I chopped off your arm?" The man said coldly with his hands behind his back. His bloodthirsty gaze landed on the cultivator in black kneeling on the ground. However, he was paying attention to how Er's expression from the corner of his eye. I don't know," he said with a trembling voice. He really didn't know what he had done wrong. "You don't know? If you don't know, I'll tell you," he said coldly. "Raise your head and look at this child. Is there any trace of panic or fear on him? Does he have the bearing of an ordinary child?" Hearing this, the cultivator in black looked up and happened to see the child looking at him coldly with a calm gaze. Seeing that his arm was chopped off, he didn't even frown. At this moment, his heart sank. He finally knew what mistake he had made. "Get out," the man said and didn't look at him. Yes, the black-clothed man who had lost an arm endured the pain as he picked up his severed arm and staggered backwards. "Which family are you from?" He then turned and looked at How pursed his lips and didn't speak. "Haha, aren't you? Don't you want to go home? Tell me, and I can get someone to send you back." He chuckled and coaxed her. Chapter 47-49. Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You're really naughty. However, since you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter. I'll just kill you. No one will know what you've experienced, and no one will know where you died." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly attacked How intending to kill him in one move. However, just as he was about to attack, How, who was already prepared, quickly dodged and opened up a distance. Seeing this, the man raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. "I didn't expect it. You've already reached the nascent soul stage? What a pity." He didn't say what a pity it was, but Howard knew that what he meant was that he was going to die in his hands. The people in the dark watched, but didn't appear. It seemed that they didn't take the child seriously. Indeed, it was just a child. No one would take him seriously. No one would think that he could leave here alive. However, when they saw the child stretch out his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand, even the people in the dark were surprised. In the next moment, the spiritual power in his body surged, and he waved his sword to attack the man. His spiritual power aura gathered on the blade, and a sharp sword aura instantly appeared on the blade. The whistling sound was accompanied by a murderous aura. When it rushed toward the man opposite him, the sharp sword turned and a cold light flashed. In an instant, even the people in the dark couldn't help but hold their breath. Whoosh! Whoosh! The man in front of him saw the sharp sword chi coming towards him. The sword in the little boy's hand was so fast that he could only see the shadow of the sword, but not the blade. He couldn't help but be vigilant in his heart. He became more serious as he dealt with the attack and dodged at the same time. Unexpectedly, when the two swords collided, a sonorous sound accompanied by the sharp sound of the chi blade whistling through the air. Traces of coldness were like sharp blades that cut through his robes, cutting several holes in them. Clang! Whoosh! In a large space, two people, one big and one small, were fighting. The surrounding children were all stunned and did not make a single sound. They were all lying on the other side of the iron gate, watching the scene of the battle. In their eyes, they could only see the rays of cold light refracted and the two figures, one big and one small, flashing past. They were dazzled and shocked by the scene. That child looked 2 or 3 years older than some of them. Some were even about the same age as him, but he could fight with the people here. He was too powerful. Because of the commotion here, the people in black who had left came back. However, it didn't go forward. Instead, they stood not far from the middle and watched. Hiss! When a sound of a gasp was heard, the man's shoulder that had been cut by How-Er's sword could not hide his shock. He covered his wound and retreated. A pair of bloodthirsty and fierce eyes glared at the little boy who had also suffered several wounds. Blood was seeping out and staining his clothes red. At this time, there were no less than 10 wounds on the little boy's body. Some were lighter and were external wounds, but there was also a wound that exposed his bones. However, The little boy pursed his lips and didn't make a sound. He didn't even make a sound and looked like he was going to fight to the death. Chapter 4750. How Air panted and gritted his teeth. He stared coldly at him. Suddenly, his spiritual energy aura surged again. His figure flashed and rushed forward at a strange speed. He swung a fatal blow at that person at a speed that was too fast for one's ears to react to. A powerful sword force whizzed up at that moment. The sword force instantly rose several meters. A visible sword force turned into a huge, sharp blade and ruthlessly slashed at that person with murderous intent. Oh no! Be careful! Get out of the way! No one expected such a sudden scene. Even the few people who were watching the battle in the dark didn't expect that the young child would suddenly do such a thing. They were also shocked at that moment. They didn't even bother to hide their figures and instantly rushed out to save the man. However, they were relatively far away, and How Er's sword strike was so sudden and swift. Even if they wanted to save him, they wouldn't be able to save him in time when that sword strike was about to land. No, that man was also shocked at that moment. His eyes widened and were filled with horror. He retreated step by step. However, just as he turned around to escape, the powerful sword force with a terrifying pressure slashed down. His body stiffened at that moment. It was just a moment of stiffening. What awaited him was the outcome. Death. Ah! A shrill and miserable shriek resounded along with the terrifying sword chi. In the next moment, blood splashed out. That person's entire body had been chopped into two halves. His body scattered on the ground. It was a bloody scene, and everyone trembled in fear. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had just seen him kill a child. At this moment, he died at the hands of another child. Moreover, he died in the same way. It could only be said that this bloody scene, this similar scene, shocked their hearts and stung their eyes. I'll kill you. Among the few people who rushed out, an old man's eyes were bloodshot. His murderous intent filled the sky. The anger in his heart and the two halves of the corpse on the ground stimulated his nerves. He rushed over and slammed his palm down at How Er. That palm contained the powerful pressure and aura of a godly king expert. That palm contained monstrous, murderous intent and anger. It was a determination to kill him. He used almost all of a godly king's strength in that palm strike. Even if he died, there would not be a complete corpse. He would be smashed into meat paste. Even though How Er had been practicing swordsmanship with his master during this period of time, he could not dodge or block a godly king expert, no matter how outstanding his talent was. Before he could even react, the old man's fatal strike had already landed on his chest with a bang. Bang! The tiny figure was blown away immediately. He had been knocked over a dozen meters away by the great force. However, the scene of flesh and blood did not happen. His organs did not shatter, nor did he put up a final struggle. As a matter of fact, there was not even a sliver of blood from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had only been pushed away by someone, but it was not a big deal. He was not injured at all. Spurt. Chapter 4751. That's impossible. The few people who came out from the shadows and the surrounding black-clothed men all widened their eyes in shock and gasped. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Because this scene was too shocking, their hearts suddenly rumbled, as if their hearts had flipped over. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and shock appeared in their eyes. Puffed. Cough, cough. The dying old man twitched on the ground. His face was ghastly pale, and he rapidly aged and withered. He spat out another mouthful of blood and coughed painfully. As he coughed, blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, and his body twitched. No one stepped forward, because everyone knew that he would not survive. After a long silence, a deep and cold voice rang out from somewhere and reverberated in the air. An expert cast a defensive spell on him, so the power of that attack was reflected back as much as possible. However, after this attack, the defensive spell on him was destroyed as well. If we don't kill him now, when will we? At the same time, in Cloud Sky Mountain, the Qing Emperor, who was resting on a soft couch with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A deep and cold voice rang out from his mouth as if he was talking to himself. Someone actually dares to attack my disciple? They must be tired of living. As soon as he said that, he slowly closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. On Hao-Er's side, he heard the voice reverberating in the air. He saw the God King experts surrounding him, but they stopped a few meters away from him. Then, they raised their hands. Some of them condensed a powerful airflow, some raised their swords, and some gathered flames in their hands. Powerful killing intent filled the air along with their pressure, causing the children in the small black hut to faint. I don't care where you're from. No matter who you are, you can't leave here alive today. Go to hell. As soon as the voice that was filled with killing intent fell, the attacks of several people simultaneously attacked him. In an instant, there was a whoosh. Air currents, flames, and sword auras attacked from 3 directions. They blasted towards Hao-Er with absolute speed and momentum. No matter what defensive spell he had, he would definitely not be able to escape from this fatal attack. Hao-Er felt the terrifying pressure and killing intent. Seeing that he could neither dodge nor withstand it, and that the aura of despair and death seemed to envelop him, he suddenly thought of his master's words. His master had said that even if he wasn't by their side, he would still be aware of everything that had happened to them while they were out training. His master said that if they encountered something or danger that they could not resolve, they could call him out for help. However, this also meant that he could only fail this once-a-year test. Therefore, at this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and endured. At the same time, he stopped the silver wolf from coming out of the space. He was betting. He was betting that his master would appear. Whoosh. Boom. Chapter 4752. A figure appeared in front of Hao-Er like a god. He had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his abdomen. A powerful airflow surged around him, and a terrifying pressure and aura pervaded the air. It was breathtaking. Master! Hao-Er called out in surprise. His eyes were filled with joy. He knew it. He knew that his master would come to save him. At this moment, the God Kings who had attacked Hao-Er were all knocked to the ground by the powerful streams of air. They vomited blood as they paled as they stared at the expert who had suddenly appeared in shock. Who are you? The Lotus Supreme, the Arch, glanced at the few God Kings coldly. He did not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand, and the few God Kings on the ground were lifted up by a powerful air current. No, don't kill us, don't kill. Before he could finish begging for mercy, he stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched it into a fist. Just as he clenched his hand into a fist, a few cracking sounds could be heard. The cultivators' heads tilted to the side, and they instantly stopped breathing. Some distance away, the cultivators in black had their veins broken by the powerful aura. They spat out blood and fell to the ground one by one. After killing those people, the Lotus Supreme, the Arch, raised his eyebrows and said in a low and cold voice, "Trying to run? Come out." He waved his sleeves, and a figure was pulled out of nowhere and fell heavily in front of him. Lotus Supreme, the Arch. The middle-aged man who was pulled out and fell to the ground was pale. His eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly got up from the ground and knelt in front of the Lotus Supreme, the Arch. Lotus Supreme, the Arch, please spare my life. You know me? The Lotus Supreme, the Arch, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the person in front of him. He had no impression of him at all. Lotus Supreme, the Arch, I am a subordinate of the Northern Flame Great Emperor. I was fortunate enough to see your face many years ago. He calmed himself down and thought that even the Lotus Supreme, the Arch, would give him some face and spare his life if he mentioned the Northern Flame Great Emperor's name, right? However, just as he finished speaking, he heard an indifferent and emotionless voice ring out. Oh, so they were from Northern Flame? All the more reason to kill him. The moment Emperor Qing said that, he waved his sleeves. The person who was kneeling in front of him seemed to be suddenly pressed down by a huge mountain. With a bang, his upper body fell forward in a kneeling position. Even his head was knocked out. Blood splattered all over the ground. The head rolled one round and finally landed in a corner. This scene happened almost instantaneously. It was so fast that even Hao-Er, who was standing behind Emperor Qing, couldn't react in time. He couldn't help but be startled when he saw that person's head being chopped off. What are you waiting for? The Lotus Emperor turned around and looked at Hao-Er. Master, can you save them all? Hao-Er looked at the children who had all fainted under the pressure. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the time to care about others? The Azure the Arch glanced at Yi Fu-Tian and said, I did not come here with my true body. I only sent a clone. If you want to save someone, do it yourself. Hao-Er immediately asked, Master, have you killed all the cultivators here? Chapter 4753. As he spoke, Hao-Er took out a strip of cloth and medicine to stop the bleeding. He simply and quickly bandaged the deepest wound on his body. Then, he respectfully bowed to the Qing Emperor. Disciple thanks Master for saving me. Let's go. Master will protect you for a while longer. The Qing Emperor said. He originally intended to let Hao-Er deal with it himself, but after seeing the deep wound, he changed his mind and stepped forward. Hao-Er saw this, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He answered loudly, yes, and quickly followed. He didn't know why his master changed his mind. He only knew that his master, who originally wanted him to deal with it himself, took him outside for a walk. He didn't even need to do anything. He took care of all the black-robed cultivators outside by himself. Return to the mountain as soon as you're done. You're the only one left. The Qing Emperor said and glanced at Hao-Er. Yes, disciple understands. Hao-Er answered respectfully. Tidy yourself up when you go back so that the two little ones won't be worried. The Qing Emperor said lightly. Okay. Hao-Er nodded. A warm current flowed through his heart. Just as he finished speaking, his master, who was originally standing in front of him, disappeared. When he thought about how his master said that this was not his real body but a clone, he secretly made up his mind. He had to work hard to cultivate. In the future, even his clone must be as powerful as his master. At that moment, he quickly gathered his thoughts and quickly began to deal with the matters here. In Cloud Sky Mountain, in the cave abode, the Qing Emperor, who was lying on a soft couch, slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, flicked his robes, and got up to walk outside. After leaving the cave abode, he slowly walked to the stone table under the tree and sat down. He took out wine and wine cups from the space and drank there, enjoying the tranquility and seclusion of this moment. However, after a while, he heard a sweet and happy voice. Master, Master, you are bounced over, and quickly walked to him. She took out something from the space, as if she was presenting a treasure. Master, Master, look, this is the gift I brought back for you when I came back. The Qing Emperor looked at her and saw her open the small box in her hand. She took out a shiny black jade hairpin and handed it to him. Master, Master, do you think it's pretty? This is what I bought after selling some valuable things of ferocious beasts. Ewer said with a beaming smile, then handed over that hairpin to him. The three of them had been here with her master for a year. Her master treated them very well and took care of them. So this time, she earned some extra money and wanted to buy a gift for her master. The Lotus Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw the hairpin. He knew everything that the three of them had gone through when they were training outside. Naturally, he also knew that this little girl had collected the skin, horns, or some inner cores of fierce beasts and sold them. After getting a considerable amount of money, she went to the Babeo house to choose something and finally chose this hairpin. He originally thought that this was a gift for her father, but he didn't expect that it was for him. Thinking of this, his eyes softened. It was unknown what he had thought of, but he picked up the black jade hairpin and said, Master will accept this gift. Chapter 4754. Emperor Qing glanced at her and smiled. He said gently, You're very beautiful. I like you very much. That's great. I knew you would like it. She clapped her hands and cheered happily. Without waiting for him to speak, she turned and ran back to where she came from, shouting, Master, I'm going to play with my brother. We're going to the foot of the mountain to wait for him to come back. Seeing that the little girl had run far away, Emperor Qing retracted his gaze and looked at the black jade hairpin in his hand. He then took out the white jade hairpin in his hair. Looking at the two hairpins, one black and one white, he shook his head and revealed a doting smile. His low voice sounded as if he was whispering softly. This girl, her gifts are all the same. Thinking that his disciple who had gone through a tribulation had returned to his side and was growing up by his side in the same way, he felt incomparably gratified. This time, no matter what, he would protect her well and would never let her suffer the slightest bit of harm, let alone let her suffer the pain of reincarnation. At the foot of the mountain, Mu Chun and Mu Yu were sitting on steps. Mu Yu was humming a little tune as she looked at the winding mountain path. "Brother, shouldn't we send a message to ask where Big Brother is? Why isn't he back yet? I already asked when you want to find Master just now. He said he was delayed by something, but he's already rushing back here. He shouldn't be able to reach here today. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days." Mu Chun said as he played with a branch in his hand. "Sister, did Master like the gift you gave him?" "Yes. Master said the hairpin is very beautiful and he likes it very much," Ewer said with a smile. Thinking that her master liked her gift, she was very happy. "Why did you think of giving him a hairpin?" Mu Chun asked. "Because Master has everything. I don't know what to give him. If it's medicinal pills, they'll be gone after eating them. As for other treasures, Master must have more than us. I also saw that Master only has that white jade hairpin on his head, and he hasn't changed it after wearing it for so long. So I thought, does Master not have a hairpin? Thinking that he has a white jade hairpin, I bought him a black jade hairpin." As she spoke, her small face overflowed with a happy smile. She said, "In the future, Master will have 2 hairpins and can use them alternately." The brother and sister chatted here until the sky darkened. Only then did they walk towards the Immortal's cave. A few days later, Howard finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Due to his injuries, his journey was slowed down. However, he managed to rush back within a month. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw that his younger siblings were already waiting for him. "Big brother, big brother." The 2 of them shouted and quickly walked to his side. However, once they got closer, the 2 of them also noticed that he seemed to have become much more haggard, and his face was somewhat pale. "Big brother, are you okay? Why does he look so pale? Are you too tired?" Ewer asked. Then coming to the front of him, she sized him up. After carefully sizing him up, worry appeared on her little face. "Big brother, are you injured? Was it a serious injury? I can smell blood on your body. Where are you hurt? Have you applied the medicine?" Ewer nervously asked. "Brother, here you go." Mu Chun was even more direct. He took out a nourishing pill from his space and handed it to him. Chapter 4755. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. It's just a small injury, and I've already applied medicine with Mother's medicine. The wound healed quickly. Maybe I'm just a little tired from rushing back, but it's not a big deal." Howard comforted them while saying to Mu Chun, "Put away the medicinal pills. Big brother has some in his space, and we ate them on the way." Mu Chun paused for a moment, thinking that his mother had prepared a lot of medicinal pills for the 3 of them. He put away the medicinal pills. "Big brother, come here and take a rest first." Took his hand and sat down on the stone steps. She took out some water and said, "Big brother, drink some water." "Okay." Howard didn't refuse her kindness. He took a few sips from her hand and felt the dryness in his throat ease a little. Then he asked, "How long have you been waiting here?" "We've been waiting here since morning, but we didn't slack off. Big brother and I were reciting the mental cultivation method here just now," Ewer said with a smile. "You didn't encounter any danger on your way back, right?" He didn't ask in detail on the communication jade. Now that he saw them, he asked. "There was no danger. It was something that we could deal with. We weren't injured." Ewer said, "Well, it was just a small matter." Mu Chun also said. He looked at him and asked, "Big brother, did you meet a very strong person?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail after we meet Master." After resting for a while, he stood up and said, "Let's go and pay respects to Master first." "Okay, Master has already said that we should go together when you're back." Ewer said and stood up with him. The 3 of them went up the mountain together. When they arrived in front of their master's cave residence, Howard shouted, "Master, disciple is back." "Master, we're here too." Ewer also raised her voice. "Come in." Qing Emperor's voice came from the cave residence. When the 3 people outside heard this, they looked at each other and walked in. When they came in, they saw their master sitting at the stone table and drinking tea. There was something like an invitation beside his hand. "Greetings, master." The three of them respectfully saluted. "Yes." He glanced at the three of them and said, "You all did very well in the test this time. You all completed the task within a month, although there were some accidents in between." As he spoke, his gaze landed on Hao. He asked, "Have your injuries healed?" "Master, I've recovered from all my minor injuries. There's only one wound that's a little deeper and hasn't fully recovered, but it's not a big deal," Hao said respectfully. At the same time, he took out a chinquin bag from his space and said, "Master, this is the crystal core that I obtained from hunting. Keep it for yourselves. Even if you give them to me, I have no use for them. What's more, they're all yours." Emperor Qing said unhurriedly. He looked at the three of them and said slowly, "Seeing that you have done well this time, I will take you to a banquet in 3 days to let you see the world. In these 3 days, those who need to recuperate should recuperate, and those who need to cultivate should cultivate. We will set off in 3 days." Chapter 4756. Emperor Qing nodded, and his expression softened a little. Then he took out 3 immortal fruits from his space. "This is a reward for the 3 of you. Take it back and eat it. It can increase your spiritual power by 100 years. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master," the 3 of them said in unison. They happily went forward to receive the fruits, bowed, and then left. At the same time, in the East Sea Spirit region where Xian Yuan Mo's cultivated his soul, Gu Mo, who was guarding this place, was patrolling the sea with his men. Ever since their master had left to travel, the leaders of the 8 Phoenix Guards have been taking turns to guard this place. It was also because there would be strange movements here every once in a while. Therefore, even with them guarding this place, they could not suppress the curiosity and adventurous thoughts of those people. They knew that the Yama Lord existed in this sea, so they came to guard this place. However, in the eyes of others, they thought that there was some great fortune and treasure here. Even if there was a risk of being discovered and killed, there would always be people who would take the risk to explore. "Captain, we caught 3 rogue cultivators who intended to sneak into the sea," a Phoenix Guard reported. Gu Mo, who was patrolling the sea with his men, frowned and said, "Bring them to the sand by the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, he led his men back. At this time, it was almost noon. Although there were clear orders not to approach the East Sea Spirit region, there were still many cultivators wandering around. Therefore, when they saw the Phoenix Guard catch 3 rogue cultivators and bring them to the sand by the sea, the eyes of those cultivators who were watching from afar flashed. Let me go, let me go. What right do you have to catch me?" A cultivator struggled, wanting to break free. However, the ones who were holding him were strictly trained Phoenix Guards, so naturally, they would not let him break free so easily. "We didn't do anything. What do you want to do? Let's go." Another person also shouted. Even if he forced himself to be calm, there was still fear in his eyes. "The East Sea Spirit region is not your territory. So what if we sneak in? Let's go." Another person also shouted, but no one answered him. The Phoenix Guard took them to the sand by the sea. He kicked the back of their knees and coldly shouted, "Kneel." As soon as he said that, he pressed down with his hand. The 3 of them were caught off guard by the kick. They cried out in alarm and instinctively knelt down. "Captain," when the Phoenix Guards saw Gu Mo return, they immediately called out respectfully. Their sonorous and powerful voices could even be heard by the cultivators in the distance. The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at the person in front of them. He was dressed in a low-key purple robe and had a jade belt around his waist. There was a token of the captain of the Phoenix Guards on his waist. Looking up, he had an outstanding appearance and a cold expression. He had the aura of a leader. This was one of the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guard under Ghost Dr. Fungio. The hearts of the 3 people stagnated, and their breathing became chaotic. Their bodies trembled slightly due to panic and fear. Cultivators are not allowed to approach the Eastern Sea Spirit region. Don't you know that? Gumo's cold voice rang out. We didn't do anything. One of them said in a trembling voice. Don't kill us. We really didn't do anything. We just wanted to go to the bottom of the sea to see if there was any immortal mansion. Chapter 47:57. He had his hands behind his back, and his voice was indifferent but low. Although his voice, which contained spirit energy, was not loud, it spread clearly and fell into the ears of the cultivators in the distance. We, the Phoenix Guards, are guarding this place under the orders of our master. Anyone who crosses the line drawn by the Phoenix Guards will be regarded as an enemy of our master. We have never been merciful to our enemies. He glanced at the 3 cultivators kneeling on the ground and instructed the Phoenix Guards at the side. Cripple their cultivations and expel them from the line. Let them fend for themselves. If anyone crosses the line and wants to enter the Spirit EC, kill them on the spot once you catch them. Yes, the Phoenix Guards responded respectfully. After crippling the 3 cultivators' cultivations, they threw them out of the line. With their cultivations crippled, shrill screams rang out, causing the cultivators in the distance to feel a chill in their hearts. As cultivators, if their cultivations were crippled, they would not be able to live for long. After all, people who had cultivated to that stage were already of a certain age. Once they lost their cultivation, they naturally had no way to live. What do you think is at the bottom of the EC? Is it worth them guarding it so strictly? They don't have any secret treasures in the sea, but they don't allow anyone to enter. The more they do this, the more it arouses the desire to investigate. However, you've all seen the outcome of being caught. Almost no one is lucky enough to escape. Do you really want to know what's in the sea? The cultivators discussed in low voices. However, no matter how curious they were, they could not know what the Phoenix Guards were guarding. At this moment, a few rays of light descended from the sky and landed in front of Guillemot on the sand by the sea. Guillemot looked at the few people in front of him. They were 3 old men, a woman, and a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. They were all very powerful. However, the 3 old men and the woman were standing behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in the luxurious robe seemed to be their master. Are you Guillemot, one of the 8 great Phoenix Guards? The middle-aged man in the luxurious robe smiled. His gaze fell on Guillemot and sized him up before he nodded. As expected, the ghost doctor has no weak subordinates. I didn't expect you to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Who are you? Why have you come here? Guillemot asked, his gaze landing on the other party. The middle-aged man waved his sleeves, and a soundproof barrier appeared around them. Then, he said, I am the sovereign of the Southern Territory. I am here to inquire about something. His gaze moved away from Guillemot and landed on the Eastern Sea. He asked, Are you guys guarding here because the Azure Dragon Sovereign is in the Eastern Sea? Hearing that, Guillemot's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at him. He knew that the Yama Lord had gone through a tribulation and gone missing. The world that the Yama Lord controlled was in great turmoil as well. Others might not know, but the lords of the heavens and earth would more or less know. Coupled with the strange happenings in the Eastern Sea during this period of time, and the fact that they were ordered to guard this place, it wasn't difficult for them to guess. Therefore, he didn't hide anything and said, That's right, the Yama Lord is in this spirit realm, so my lord ordered us to guard this place. Master had also instructed that if any lords of the heavens and earth asked about this matter, they were to tell the truth. This was because she did not want those lords of the heavens and earth to disturb the nourishment of the Yama Lord out of curiosity. Chapter 47:58. I see. Thank you for telling me. He nodded slightly and smiled. Actually, I'm not the only one who came to ask today. The other sovereigns are also very curious. That's why I made this trip. I hope you don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Guillemot's expression was indifferent. She said, My master has already made it clear that if the sovereigns of the various realms come to ask, we are to tell them the truth. Firstly, we want you to know why we are guarding this place. Secondly, we hope that the sovereigns of the various realms will not disturb the Yama Lord's quiet recuperation. Also, this matter can be passed down to the sovereigns of the various realms. However, my master has also made it clear that if anyone dares to disturb the Yama Lord's quiet recuperation after knowing the reason, she will not let them off. The South Chung sovereign's eyes flashed, and his heart skipped a beat. What she meant was that she wanted them to know about this matter. However, if anyone were to disturb the Azure Dragon Sovereign's quiet recuperation in the sea, she would not be courteous to them. Thinking of the ghost Dr. Fengjiu's methods, the South Chung Sovereign smiled and said, "I understand. When I return, I will definitely pass on the ghost doctor's words to the other sovereigns. I won't disturb your patrol any longer. See you again." He cupped his hands and looked deeply at Guillermo. Then he waved his hand to remove the soundproof boundary and left with the others. After watching them leave, Guillermo ordered the Phoenix Guards to patrol the surroundings and changed a team to patrol the sea. He then took out his communication jade and informed his master, who was traveling, about the matter that the South Chung monarch had come here to inquire about. On the other side, Fengjiu had been wandering around alone. Recently, she came to Heaven Mountain again. The last time she came here, she could not enter because of the boundary. This time, she entered the boundary alone. She did not go to the cave abode where Emo Chun was cultivating his immortal body. Instead, she went to the snowy peak at the top of the sky, where Tian Jizi often sat. She sat there cross-legged with her eyes closed. No one knew how long she had been sitting there. Her red robes were covered with a layer of snow as thick as a palm. Her original red robes were covered with white snow. Even her black hair was dyed white by the snow. She sat there motionlessly, as if she had become one with the world. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that the person sitting there was alive. At the peak of the snowy mountain, it was quiet. Only the sound of snowflakes and the whistling of the cold wind could be heard. After an unknown period of time, she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, a layer of snowflakes had gathered on her eyelashes. As she opened her eyes and looked up, her eyelashes gently fluttered and the snowflakes fell with her. Looking at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of her, she opened her mouth slightly and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In an instant, she felt refreshed all over, as if a pure aura flowed through her body as she exhaled the turbid air. It was very comfortable. She sat there without moving, only adjusting the spiritual energy in her body. Following the circulation of the qi in her body, the snow on her body also scattered and fell. At that moment, the dazzling red robe on her body was even more dazzling in this vast expanse of white snow. She took out her communication jade from her space. When she heard Gumo's words, she held her communication jade and looked ahead with an unfathomable expression. Chapter 4759. Arriving in front of the cave, she stopped in her tracks. Looking at the entrance of the cave, which was covered with a barrier, her eyes flashed. Tian Jizi had died because of Mo Zhe, and Mo Chun had died because of her. Now that it was difficult for him to condense his immortal body, no matter what, she had to help him condense his immortal body so that he could ascend to immortality and enjoy eternal life. Although she had not yet ascended to immortality, she now had enough power. She believed that she could help him. Lifting her hand, she gently waved it, and the barrier in front of her broke. She stepped into the cave and walked forward step by step until she saw the golden lotus, which was sealed in ice. On top of a block of ice in the cave, there was a golden lotus which was emitting a faint light. Because it was sealed in ice, the aura of the golden lotus did not spread. However, standing there, Fengjiu could clearly feel the familiar aura emitting from the golden lotus. Golden lotus incarnation, condense, and ascend. Mo Chun, you've done so much for me. It's time for me to do something for you. She murmured softly, then slowly raised her hand and placed it on the ice. A pure spiritual aura, accompanied by the rich, ancient green lotus aura, slowly seeped into the ice and headed towards the golden lotus in the ice. A green light gradually rose from Fengjiu's body and surrounded her. The green lotus aura and pure spiritual energy were injected into the golden lotus in the ice. The golden lotus, which was originally emitting a gentle light, gradually grew stronger and the half-closed lotus flower gradually opened. As time passed, Fengjiu continued to stand there, controlling the green lotus aura and pure spiritual energy in her body to transfer to the golden lotus, until 2 days later. Ka-cha. The sound of ice cracking could be heard in the cave. A small crack appeared on the ice, slowly extending and expanding. Crack! Another cracking sound rang out, and more cracks appeared on the ice. Gradually, it covered the ice that was half the height of a person. In the next moment, another cracking sound came from the ice. This time, it shattered, and the ice scattered all over the ground. It turned into countless pieces that landed on the ice stone, then turned into water and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the entire cave was covered by a dazzling golden light. A gentle aura spread out along with the golden light. Feng felt that the light from the golden lotus was too dazzling and slightly averted his eyes. However, in the next moment, he felt a fluctuation in the air and a familiar aura spread out. She turned around abruptly and saw that the light from the golden lotus had dissipated. Even the golden lotus had disappeared without a trace. However, what appeared next was that familiar person, Emo-chun. He was still dressed in elegant, snow-white robes, and his ink-black hair draped over his shoulders. He looked natural and beautiful. His body emitted a faint layer of golden holy light. His entire body was shrouded in the golden light, and he looked holy and otherworldly. What was different from before was that this time his body was no longer illusory, but an immortal body formed by the golden lotus. Chapter 4760. Geo. Emo-chun's gentle voice rang out. A faint smile appeared on his celestial face. His deep and calm gaze landed on Feng, who was dressed in red. Emo-chun. Feng looked at him and also smiled. Today, I will help you ascend. Congratulations on attaining the Blue Lotus. Emo-chun said gently. He looked at her and said, Now that my immortal body has been formed, you don't need to help me anymore. Once I finish the heavenly lightning tribulation, I can ascend and become an immortal. 81 bolts of heavenly lightning. This is no small matter, Feng said. Hearing this, Emo-chun shook his head slightly. There was a gentle smile on his lips. I am an immortal body formed by the golden lotus. The heavenly lightning tribulation will only strengthen my immortal body. It won't be a problem. Feng was slightly surprised. 81 bolts of heavenly lightning tribulation will only strengthen your immortal body. Yes, you forgot that I am not an ordinary cultivator. My physical body has long dissipated. Now that I have condensed an immortal body, the heavenly lightning tribulation won't do me any harm. On the contrary, it will only benefit me. As if he had sensed the changes in the sky, he looked at her and said, The heavenly lightning tribulation is gathering and the weather is changing. Geo, I have to go. With that, he slowly walked out. His steps looked like he was walking on the ground. However, if one looked closely, they would see that he was walking on the wind. He did not touch the ground. Feng saw him leave the cave and quickly followed him. As soon as they left the cave, they felt the terrifying chi in the sky gathering at the peak of Sky Mountain. The wind and clouds surged, and a muffled sound of thunder came from the clouds. This scene was very similar to when Emo-ze had broken through. Feng heart skipped a beat. However, when she thought of Emo-chun's words, she could not help but look at him. Emo-chun's expression was calm. He walked slowly to the peak of the mountain and stopped. He turned to look at her. Geo, today I'm ascending. In the future, we can only meet again in the immortal world. I hope you can safely pass through the tribulation. Everything will be fine. He spoke slowly and looked at her deeply with a calm and serene gaze. Then, he retracted his gaze and turned around to sit cross-legged in the snow. His hands formed the shape of a lotus and placed between his knees. I will. Let's meet again in the immortal world. Feng said softly. He stepped back a little and prepared to guard him here and watch him ascend safely. Boom! In the sky, a loud rumble of thunder resounded through the clouds. The wind and clouds surged, and the sound of heavenly thunder alarmed all realms. Boom! As a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the first bolt of lightning struck down with a rumble. The two bolts of lightning intersected and landed on Emo-chun's body, creating a powerful shockwave. She was worried, But when she saw that Emo-chan was still sitting there quietly after the bolt of lightning struck, she finally relaxed. It looked like what he said was true. When he ascended and became an immortal, the heavenly thunder would only strengthen his immortal body. It would not harm him and would instead benefit him. She was relieved. At the same time, the sovereigns of all realms were alarmed by the sound of heavenly thunder. A few of them were talking about the East Sea spiritual region. When they heard the sound of heavenly thunder, they immediately stepped out of the main hall and went outside. Is that the sound of heavenly thunder the sound of ascension? One of them was extremely shocked. Could it be that the ghost Dr. Fungio has ascended? Another person also looked at the sky in shock. Chapter 4761. Hearing this, they looked at each other and immediately said, "Let's go." With that, they waved their sleeves and instantly turned into several streaks of light and flew up into the sky. At the same time, in the upper immortal realm, when the four great emperors noticed the strange movement below, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Could it be that the ghost Dr. Fungio has ascended? They all guessed at the same time. In their opinion, the only one who could ascend was the ghost Dr. Fungio. Other than her, no one else dared to try. Even if they wanted to try, the opportunity was hard to find. Immediately, they arrived in front of their respective water mirror. With a wave of their sleeves, they saw the person in the water mirror who was undergoing heavenly lightning and ascending. Who is this person? They were unfamiliar with Emo-chan, so they couldn't guess who he was. However, when they saw that the person's eyes were tightly shut, his appearance was outstanding, and his temperament was refined, they couldn't help but secretly praise him. I didn't expect that in the lower immortal realm, apart from Xinyuan Mose and the ghost Dr. Fungio, there would be such a banished immortal. How surprising. This person is already an immortal? One of the great emperors took a closer look and was very surprised to see that the person below who was undergoing heavenly lightning already had an immortal body. Since it's an immortal body, ascension is also in accordance with the heavenly Tao. It seems that another great emperor will be born in the upper immortal realm, perhaps because they saw that the person below was already an immortal body. They didn't make things difficult for him. This was because they knew that once an immortal body was formed, ascension was only in accordance with the heavenly Tao. If they tried to stop him, the heavenly Tao would probably not tolerate them. Therefore, they waved their sleeves and turned to leave the water mirror. When they arrived outside, they sent a message to the other great emperors and prepared to discuss whether they could rope this person in after he ascended. He would be a great help in the future. However, because Fungio had retreated further away to protect Emo-chan, the four great emperors only saw that Emo-chan was undergoing heavenly lightning and didn't notice the red-robed Fungio further away, on the other side. Emperor Qing, who had brought her Mu-chan and Mu-yu to attend the banquet, also sensed the abnormality in the lower realm. Thus, he flicked his sleeve and an image appeared in front of him. It's Uncle Emo-chan. When Hauer saw the person enduring the heavenly lightning, he couldn't help but exclaim softly and quickly went to his master's side. "I want to see it too. I want to see it too." You also quickly stepped forward and blinking her pair of big eyes, she looked at that person who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed. "It really is Uncle Emo-chan. Is he advancing?" Mu-chun asked in surprise. The Azure of the Arch glanced at his three disciples and said slowly, "He is preparing to ascend. After experiencing 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, he can ascend and become an immortal. He will be ranked as the 9 heavens supreme the Arch and live as long as heaven and earth." "Is he as powerful as Master?" Ewer curiously raised her head and looked at him. "Yes, but even if we are both 9 heavens supreme thearchs, there are differences in strength. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and cannot be compared to just anyone," he said slowly, his voice neither fast nor slow, and there was a hint of arrogance in his words. "Master, will Uncle Emo-chan be in danger when he ascends?" Hauer couldn't help but ask worriedly. This was because he remembered that their father had encountered heavenly lightning during his ascension. Chapter 4762. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and smiled happily at the same time. It's good that there's no danger. Maybe Uncle Mo Chun has ascended, and we'll have a chance to see him in the future. Mother? It's Mother. Mother is there. Yu looked at the corner of the screen in surprise. There was a red figure. That figure was far away, but they knew that it was their mother. Hearing Yu's words, how? And Mu Chen's mind suddenly shook, and with anxiousness in their eyes, they promptly searched that picture. Sure enough, at the most corner, they saw a tiny red figure in that snowy ground. It's really Mother. How and Mu Chen were happy. They hadn't seen their mother for more than a year. Master, I want to see Mother. We want Mother. Yu pulled on Emperor Qing's sleeve and looked at him with hope. Emperor Qing looked at the three children and waved his hand to show the main view of the red figure Fengjiu. Mother, Yu missed you so much. Yu shouted at the screen. She knew that her mother didn't see her and couldn't hear her, but she still called her. Mother, we missed you too. How and Mu Chen said. Their throats were choked and tears were in their eyes. They missed their mother. They missed their mother so much. When could they see their mother again? How could they be together with their father and mother? Seeing that his three disciples were about to cry, Emperor Qing waved his sleeve and the screen disappeared. He turned and walked to the front of the ship with his hands behind his back. Cultivate well. In the future, when your strength increases and you have the ability to protect yourself, when your mother ascends to the 9 heavens, you'll have plenty of opportunities to see her. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and wiped away their tears. They nodded heavily. Yes, Master, we'll cultivate hard. We'll become very powerful in the future. Seeing this, Emperor Qing nodded and said, Go and rest. There's still 2 days to go. You have to recuperate your mental state, and don't embarrass me when the time comes. Yes, the three of them replied before returning to their cabins to rest. On the other side, the South City Sovereign and the rest were surprised when they arrived at the area where Mo Chan was advancing. They thought that the one ascending here would be the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, but they didn't expect it to be Nalen Mo Chan. So it's him who's ascending. However, didn't he disappear from the world long ago? How could this be? One of the sovereigns stared in astonishment at Mo Chan, who was being tempered by the heavenly lightning. Yes, in that battle back then, many cultivators saw him die protecting the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. At that time, I saw him disappear from the sky with my own eyes. Not even his corpse was left behind. I didn't expect him to still be alive, and now he's in the ascension stage. It's really unbelievable. Look at his body. It seems a little different. Also, there's a golden lotus between his eyebrows. Could that be an ancient golden lotus? One of the sovereigns said as he stared in astonishment at the golden lotus between Mo Chen's eyebrows. The South City Sovereign pondered and said, I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. He could be reborn and even ascend to become an immortal. Chapter 4763. Back then, the Azure Dragon Sovereign couldn't withstand the 81 bolts of lightning and died. Is this Nalen Mo Chen more powerful than the Azure Dragon Sovereign? Can he survive this tribulation and ascend directly? No, look at the immortal chi surrounding him. It seems like he already has an immortal body. Ascending to the 9 heavens is in accordance with the heavenly Tao. He should be different from the Azure Dragon Sovereign. Hearing this, the few of them were stunned. Upon closer inspection, they could see that the immortal chi surrounding this person was indeed different. They didn't get too close, afraid that the lightning would strike them by mistake and cause them to suffer for no reason. Because they were quite far away, they didn't plan to greet Fengjiu after they found out the reason. Instead, they looked at each other and left first. Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the sovereigns left. He looked at Mo Chan in front of him and then closed his eyes to continue cultivating. With her guarding this place, ordinary people wouldn't dare to casually attack Mo Chan. She could also use the immortal chi around her to cultivate, which was extremely beneficial to her. It was different from the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning a day that Mo Zhe struck when he was advancing. Perhaps it was because Mo Chan had already formed his celestial body, but the bolts of heavenly lightning that struck his body would strike again after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. It could be said that there was no pause. She could feel it from where she was. It was just as Enchanting had said. These bolts of lightning could only make his celestial body stronger. After each bolt of lightning fell, the celestial chi in his body would overflow again and again. Not to mention the surrounding celestial chi. Even the celestial chi around him was very thick. She believed that in a few days he would be able to ascend to the 9 heavens 2 days later. In the immortal realm, on the flying ship, the Lotus Emperor called out his 3 disciples. "Master, Master!" The 3 of them called out to him and looked at him, waiting for him to speak. The Lotus Emperor looked at the 3 of them and said, "Master has refined 3 illusory weapons for you. They can change your appearance. After wearing the illusory weapons, even if someone stronger sees you, they won't be able to see your original appearance." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and 3 simple rings appeared in his palm. Hearing his words, the 3 of them looked at the 3 rings curiously. After picking up the 3 rings, Ur asked curiously, "Master, you refined these? When did you refine them? You can also refine illusory weapons? Then why did you give them to us now?" Hearing this, Emperor Qin glanced at her, leaned back, and said unhurriedly, "This illusory device is not an ordinary item. It takes a lot of time to refine. It took me nearly a year to refine it. After you drip your blood on it, it will change your appearance according to your original appearance. Don't take it off after you put it on." "Yes, thank you, Master." As Hao and Mu Chun spoke, they bit their fingers and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership. Then they put the rings on their fingers. The originally loose rings shrunk to the size of their fingers after putting them on. Then the rings on their fingers became invisible, as if they weren't wearing any illusion rings. It's gone? Chapter 4764. Sister, your appearance has changed. Mu Chun looked at her little face, his eyes flashing slightly. She was obviously still the same person, but her appearance had changed slightly. It was not that she had completely changed into a stranger's appearance, but she had become somewhat similar to her original appearance. "Brother, your appearance has also changed." Yor looked at her brother and asked with a smile, "Brother, are we still the same now?" Hao carefully looked at their appearance and shook his head. "No, but there are some similarities. But I can see that you are 2 different people." "Brother, look at your appearance." Yor took out a mirror from her space and pointed it at him. "Brother, you also look very good like this." Hao looked at his appearance in the mirror and saw that it was very different from his original appearance. It was only somewhat similar to his original appearance, but in fact, it was not as good looking as his original appearance. This is very good. In this way, even if outsiders saw their appearance, they would never think that their parents were Xianyuan, Mose, and Fengjiu. Qing Emperor looked at the 3 of them and slowly said, "This illusion ring will change your appearance as you grow up. Wear it today and do not take it off. In the future, when you have the strength to protect yourself, you can take it off if you want to." "Yes, thank you, Master." The 3 of them responded and bowed to express their gratitude. Another day passed. Hao Mu Chun, and Yor were standing at the bow of the ship by their master's side. They were looking at him as he pointed ahead and told them what kind of place this was. Suddenly, they heard an extremely loud heavenly thunder falling down. In the distant sky, a 7-colored rainbow streaked across, and faintly, a heavenly music was coming out. So beautiful! Ur's eyes were shining. She looked at the 7-colored rainbow in the distance and asked, "Master, why is there a rainbow there? There seems to be the sound of someone playing a zither there. It's so nice to hear." Qing Emperor looked into the distance and slowly said with his hands behind his back, "It's the strange phenomenon in the sky when Mo Chun is about to ascend." Hearing this, Hao and Mu Chun also looked into the distance and couldn't help but smile. Uncle Mo Chun was finally going to ascend. At the same time, at the peak of the heavenly mountain, after the last bolt of lightning struck, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and a whirlpool appeared in the sky. The whirlpool was not the usual grayish-white and black color, but a bright rainbow color. It was as if a rainbow had formed a ring of clouds that extended from the sky towards Mo-chan. Among the clouds, celestial music was playing. It was very pleasant to listen to, and the immortal magpies circled around the seven-colored clouds. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Fengjiu stood up, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. She looked at the white-robed Mo-chan standing in front of her, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. She looked at the smile on his lips. Divine light enveloped his body, and divine chi spread out. She looked at the elegant and gentle smile on his fairy-like face as he looked at her. She looked at his white figure, which was reflected by the divine chi in the whirlpool, and his figure flew into the sky. Mo-chan, take care. We'll meet again in the future. She raised her voice and waved at him. A happy smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Chapter 4765. Following his successful ascension, the seven-colored vortex that appeared in the sky gradually closed up as if it had never appeared in the first place. However, at this moment, almost all the cultivators in the various realms noticed this. Even though he had only ascended for an instant, the appearance of the celestial music and the strange phenomenon in the sky made it difficult for them to ignore. Fengjiu stood at the peak of Sky Mountain and looked at the surroundings that had returned to normal. Then, he turned around and looked at the cave behind him. He thought of Tianjizi and Mo-chan. Now, Tianjizi had died to save Mo-ze, and Mo-chan had also ascended to the ninth heaven. Now, there was no one here. Perhaps, in a few years or decades, this place would be forgotten. Thinking of this, she was slightly moved. Her gaze fell on a rock that was half the height of a person not far away. She slowly walked over. With a move of her hand, the Qing Feng sword appeared in her hand. She injected spiritual energy into the sword in her hand, and the sword moved at will. She carved the words Immortal Peak on the rock that was half the height of a person. Then, she carved smaller words at the bottom, indicating that the master of Sky Mountain, Tianjizi's disciple, Nalan Mo-chan, had ascended to the ninth heaven. Finally, the person who carved the words was the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she prepared to stay here for a few more days, because if she left this time, she probably would not come back again. In Upper Immortal World, Qing Emperor brought along his 3 disciples and arrived at a floating island located in the clouds. Upon entering that island, Yu couldn't help but look all around with novelty. She felt that this place was filled with immortal chi and was very beautiful. Master, this place is so beautiful. It's like a fairyland. It's so beautiful, Yu said as she looked at the scenery filled with clouds. This is the fief of immortal Lingmu. He is a reclusive immortal. Although this island is not very big, it is rich in spiritual energy and surrounded by celestial aura. It is very famous. Emperor Qing said slowly as he walked forward unhurriedly. When they arrived at the entrance, several immortal servants bowed to them. At this time, Emperor Qing handed over an invitation. The immortal servant opened it and took a look. Then, he closed it and bowed respectfully again. Greetings, Emperor Qing. The white-robed and handsome immortal looked at the Lotus Arch in front of him. He smiled and gestured for him to enter. Lotus Arch, please come in. My immortal father is waiting for you inside. The Lotus Arch nodded slightly. Then, he led his 3 disciples and followed an immortal envoy who was leading the way. At that place, the immortals were sitting and chatting happily. A white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, ? Immortal Lingmu, I heard that the Azure Emperor will be attending the banquet as well. Is that true? Will the Azure Emperor come as well? He doesn't like to attend banquets. Many people want to invite him, but they can't. Immortal Elder Lingmu, you really are a big shot. A purple-robed man sitting on the other side said, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 4766. Oh, I see. No wonder you told us to bring our juniors along. I see. Another person laughed, seemingly very interested in the Azure Emperor's arrival. Back then, Emperor Qing took in a disciple. However, that disciple died in a tribulation. I didn't expect that he would take in 3 more disciples. However, there are many people who want to become Emperor Qing's disciples but don't have the chance. Thinking about it, the 3 disciples he took in must be extraordinary. Coincidentally, I can take this opportunity to meet them today, Immortal Ling Mu said with a smile, looking at the juniors sitting behind their master. The Azure Emperor's disciples must be extraordinary. It's a rare opportunity to meet them. We naturally can't miss it. Everyone laughed, looking forward to it. Meanwhile, outside, the Azure Supreme the Arch and his group were walking slowly towards the palace. They were walking on a small stone path. There were strange flowers and fruits on both sides. A cool breeze blew past, and the fragrance of flowers and fruits assailed their nostrils. Even Hao, and the other 2 had never seen such a place before. They felt as if all the pores on their bodies were open to breathe. It was extremely comfortable. After walking for a long distance, they finally arrived at an arched door formed by flower vines. Bright and beautiful flowers were blooming on the arched door, and there were 4 outstanding immortal servants standing at the arched door. When they saw them arrive, the 4 of them slightly bent their knees and bowed. And from inside, a loud voice sounded. The Azure Emperor has arrived. The people who were sitting and chatting inside all stood up with smiles on their faces when they heard the honorific title of the newcomer. Even Immortal Ling Mu stood up with a smile and walked to the arched door. When he saw Emperor Qing, who was still as handsome as ever, Immortal Ling Mu smiled and cupped his hands. Emperor Qing, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. Immortal Ling Mu. The Azure Emperor returned the greeting with a faint smile on his face. He looked at the others and nodded slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortals, greetings, Azure Emperor." No one dared to accept his greeting. They leaned slightly to the side and accepted half of his greeting before returning the greeting. After all, their statuses were different, so they naturally couldn't be treated the same. Even though the Azure the Arch lived in seclusion and did not care about worldly affairs, he was still a great emperor of a region. He was not someone they could act impudently toward. Thus, when they saw him, they all had to respectfully bow and lower themselves to him. We were just talking about Great Emperor Qing when he arrived. These 3 must be Great Emperor Qing's new disciples. Immortal Ling Mu and Emperor Qing were close friends, so his tone was casual and natural, unlike the others. His gaze went past Emperor Qing and landed on the 3 children behind him. He was a little surprised that the 3 new disciples of Emperor Qing were so young. Yes, these 3 little fellows have been with me for a year. As the Lotus the Arch spoke, his expression softened when he mentioned his 3 disciples. He turned slightly to the side and looked at the 3 of them. Come forward and greet Immortal Elder Ling Mu and the Immortal Lords. Hearing this, the 3 of them walked out from behind him and gracefully bowed to Immortal Ling Mu. Yin Chun, Yin Yuan, Yin Qi. Greetings, Immortal Elder Ling Mu and the Immortal Lords. The 3 of them spoke at the same time. Even though they were still young, their manners were natural, their words were clear, and their expressions were natural. They immediately won the favor of the crowd. Chapter 4767. Immortal Ling Mu asked casually. He thought that since these 3 children were so extraordinary and had such a sense of propriety at such a young age, they must be from a prestigious family. That was why he asked such a question. Unexpectedly, the Lotus Supreme Thearcha's next words stunned him. Once they become my disciples, they will only be disciples of the Cloud Sky Mountain. Their families have nothing to do with them, so there's no need to mention them, the Lotus Supreme the Arch said slowly. The Azure the Arch said slowly with a calm expression. He was probably the only one who dared to speak like this among all the people present. Everyone wanted to know which family these 3 children were from. Unexpectedly, when they heard this, they were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and smiled at the same time. This was indeed the Lotus Supreme Thearcha's style. After becoming the Lotus Supreme Thearcha's disciples, it was best not to mention the families of the 3 children. Otherwise, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? After all, If they could become the Lotus Supreme Thearcha's disciples, their families would also rise along with them. Yes, yes, yes. There's no need to mention it. Come, come, come. This is the first time the Lotus Supreme Thearch has brought you here. I'll give you these 3 items as a greeting gift, Immortal Ling Mu said with a smile. He took out 3 immortal artifacts and handed them to the 3 children. The 3 children could not help but look at their master, unsure if they should accept them. Since it's a gift from Immortal Ling Mu, you should accept it, the Lotus Supreme Thearch said, gesturing for the 3 children to accept it. Yes, the 3 children replied. After receiving the gifts, they bowed again. Thank you, Immortal Ling Mu. You're welcome, Immortal Ling Mu said with a smile. He gestured for the Lotus Supreme Thearch to take a seat and said, Lotus Supreme Thearch, please. He personally invited the Lotus Supreme Thearch to take a seat and sat with him. How? And the other 2 followed suit and sat behind their master, just like the others. As they sat down, the others also sat down. The immortal servants came forward to pour wine. Celestial music sounded again, and a few beautiful fairies danced in the middle. For a moment, laughter filled the air. Lotus Supreme Thearch, we saw someone from the lower realm ascending to become an immortal today. Does the Lotus Supreme Thearch know who it is? An elder asked. Those who ascended directly from the lower realm did not become immortal lords like them. Instead, they ascended directly to become great emperors. Their statuses were far above them. However, even with their powers, they were unable to find out who had ascended to become an immortal. Everyone knows that I don't care about worldly affairs. If I'm not in my cave, I'm in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, I only know that someone has become an immortal today, but I don't know who it is, Emperor Qing said slowly. He raised the wine cup in front of him and took a sip of the spiritual wine. I didn't expect there to be so many talented cultivators in the mortal world. Some time ago, someone also ascended to the immortal world to experience the tribulation, but he failed and died. I didn't expect that after a year, someone from the mortal world would ascend to the immortal world. It's really surprising. I heard that in the lower realm, there's a female immortal who is extremely powerful and has outstanding talent. Not only that, because of her superb medical skills in alchemy, she is respectfully called the Ghost Doctor. Her name is Fengjiu. Chapter 4768. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes and sipped his wine. He didn't seem to be interested in what they were talking about. He didn't say anything and only listened as he leisurely drank his wine. Behind him, the 3 children's eyes flashed when they heard them mention their mother. They glanced at the purple-robed man who spoke and sized him up carefully. He looked to be in his 30s. Although he didn't look very old, according to their masters, he was already a pile of old bones. Taking advantage of this moment, they took a look at the juniors who were sitting quietly behind their respective masters. Almost all of them were in their teens or 20s. Only one old man had a 17 or 18-year-old youth and a 10-year-old boy behind him. Immortal Ling Mu continued the purple-robed celestial master's words and smiled. Whether that ghost Dr. Fengjiu is as good as the rumors say, I believe we will find out in the future. Come, come, come. Everyone, let this old man toast you all. Thank you all for coming to this old man's place. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup with both hands and gestured to everyone. Seeing this, everyone also raised their wine cups and bowed. Immortal Ling Mu is too kind. It is our honor to have the opportunity to come here. Everyone chatted and drank. After a while, the dancing maidservant left. Emperor Qing looked at Immortal Ling Mu and slowly said, Immortal Ling Mu, since everyone has brought their disciples here, why don't we borrow Immortal Ling Mu's Flower Water Moon Spirit Land and let them have a competition? Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They couldn't help but look at Immortal Ling Mu. Would he agree? One had to know that the flower, water, moon, and spirit realm was a good place. If they could let their disciples go in and gain experience, it would be a great blessing. It would be extremely helpful to their cultivation. The juniors didn't know what kind of place it was, so they only looked at each other and then at Emperor Qing. They didn't expect him to make such a request. But what kind of place was that? Even if the spiritual wood immortal agreed, Would the three children behind the Lotus Supreme, the Arch, be able to compete with them? Wouldn't that be a little too arrogant? Immortal Ling Mu stroked his beard and laughed. He shook his head and smiled. I knew it. Emperor Qing hasn't come out for so many years. Why would you agree to my invitation? So that's why you came. He glanced at the three children behind Emperor Qing, and his eyes were full of smiles. He was not annoyed by Emperor Qing's request. Instead, he said, it's rare that everyone is here. It's fine to let these juniors in. However, Emperor Qing, your three disciples are the youngest here. Can you let them in without worry? Of course. Immortal Ling Mu. Chapter 4769. That whip was truly a celestial treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. It was not something an ordinary celestial artifact could compare to. Moreover, it was said that the 9-section red flame phoenix scale whip was also known as the God-beating whip. Even cultivators with decent cultivation would find it difficult to withstand a single lash from it. Furthermore, the whip would cause one's skin to burn, and ordinary medicine would not be able to cure it. It could be said that it was an ancient divine whip that everyone knew about. However, that whip had always been with Immortal Ling Mu. Everyone had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. Immortal Ling Mu smiled and looked at Emperor Qing. Oh, it's rare for you to come here. So, you're here for my treasure. He chuckled and looked at Emperor Qing meaningfully. He said, that treasure is in a mirror flower, water, and moon spirit land. My master left it there. Even I can't take it out. If someone really does take it out, I'll give it to them. He smiled and looked at the immortal lords. Everyone, it's rare for Emperor Qing to be so interested. Even if I don't agree, it's different. I wonder if your disciples would like to go in and give it a try. It's rare to have such an opportunity. It's also their opportunity. Here, we thank Immortal Ling Mu on their behalf. Everyone stood up and bowed to him with cupped fists. All right, since that's the case, please follow me. He stood up with a smile and looked at everyone. At this moment, the Lotus Arch also stood up and followed Old Man Ling Mu with the three little fellows behind him. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a mirror stone that had the mirror flower, water, and moon spirit realm engraved on it. Immortal Ling Mu looked at everyone and said, this is where the mirror flower, water, and moon spirit realm is. However, the strength of those who enter will be suppressed. The stronger one is the harder it will be to move around inside. He smiled and waved his sleeves. Petals flew down and turned into rays of light that entered the arms of the juniors. A beautiful flower petal appeared on the inside of each of their arms. Once you're inside, if the petals on your arms are cut, the bleeding will disappear and you'll be brought out. Similarly, if you can't hold on any longer and want to come out, cut your skin where the petals are. As long as blood oozes out, you'll come out. Do you understand? Immortal Ling Mu looked at everyone and asked. Understood. Everyone responded respectfully. There's one thing you have to remember. If you die inside, you'll really die inside. So, if you have no other choice, you have to remember what I said. The petals on your arms will be your lifeline. Immortal Ling Mu said again, looking deeply at them. Yes. Everyone replied again. Immortal Lingwood flicked his sleeve, and the seemingly ordinary spirit stone mirror instantly emitted a gentle light. A vortex also appeared on the mirror. Go in. Without giving their master a chance to instruct them, Immortal Lingwood waved his sleeve, and all the juniors were swept into it. As they entered, the surface of the spirit stone mirror returned to normal. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. There were some things they didn't have time to instruct, but now all of them had entered. When they thought of this, they felt as if there was something stuck in their hearts. It was very uncomfortable. Chapter 4770. Forget it. So what? This was also their own good fortune. They would just have to wait and see. Everyone, why don't we return to the front to drink and enjoy ourselves? Immortal Ling Mu smiled as he looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, and only then did they respond and walked back with him. Emperor Qing and Immortal Ling Mu walked side by side in the front, while the others walked behind. Perhaps they were worried about their disciples, as they walked in a daze, as if they were thinking about something. Immortal Ling Mu glanced at Emperor Qing and smiled. Emperor Qing, aren't you worried about the three of them? After all, they are so young. Even I'm a little worried when I see them. It was precisely because of their young age that he saw the three children holding hands when he sent the juniors into the mirror flower, water, moon spirit land. Therefore, he didn't separate them and sent them directly into the mirror flower, water, and moon spirit land. Who knew what would happen to such young children if they were separated? He and Emperor Qing had been friends for many years. Forget it, forget it. He would take it as taking care of them. Emperor Qing's lips curled up slightly when he heard that. He said unhurriedly, "Although the three of them are young, they are very intelligent. I'm not worried." As he spoke, he turned to look at Immortal Ling Mu with a smile on his face. "You should worry about that whip of yours." Ha 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 ha. Immortal Ling Mu laughed heartily. His eyes were full of smiles, and it was obvious that he was very happy. He said, "That treasure has been with me for a long time, and there are many people who have designs on it. But how many years has it been? No one has been able to enter the mirror flower, water, and moon spiritual land to retrieve it." As he spoke, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "If your three disciples can really take it out, then I'll give you the whip. I'll also give you a set of whip technique books that my master left behind. How about that?" "All right, it's a deal." Emperor Qing smiled. "Just don't regret it." Sigh. "I'm a dignified immortal. My words carry enormous weight. Why would I regret it? As long as your three disciples can get it, I will fulfill my promise." He laughed and felt that Emperor Qing's three disciples would not be able to get the whip. Not to mention Emperor Qing's three disciples. Even other disciples would not be able to get it. If that treasure could be obtained so easily, it would not have been called an ancient treasure. At this moment, it would not still be with him. Therefore, he was completely at ease. He simply felt that those juniors entering were just going through the motions. After all, most of their disciples only follow their master around most of the time. When they were training on their own, they were still relatively young. Moreover, they were still in his catoptric deflection realm. Hearing this, Emperor Qing only smiled and did not say anything else. Celestial Elder Lingwood had never expected that he would miscalculate one day at the same time in the mirror flower water moon spirit realm. After everyone was sent in, they scattered. Only, however, Mu Chun and Mu Yu landed alone.